meeting as well as a retreat format. So we have a lot of activities that we have planned today. I'm filling in for Governor Kitzhaber as chair today. He was unable to make it. And so if you take a look at your agenda, first of all, we're going to work off the one that says working agenda. It has some commentary in there, so that's basically what we're going to be operating from. A couple people have said, do we want a different table arrangement? We're going to keep it in the beginning this way. There will be some activities in the afternoon after lunch where we're actually moving around some and breaking up a little bit. So this isn't permanent. Want to mention for public testimony out there that we have the sign up. Members of the public wanting to give testimony must sign up, and Seth, it's in the back corner, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there'll be only one speaker from each group, so each individual speaker or group spokesman will have 3 minutes. Just a reminder of our normal procedure there. So let's go ahead and start. Even though it's not on the working agenda, why don't we go ahead and do a roll call. So, Seth?
Governor Kitzhaber. Julia Brent Edwards.
Here.
Yvonne Curtis.
Here.
Matthew Donegan. Samuel Henry.
Here.
Nicole Maher.
Here.
Mark Mobihill.
Here.
David Reeves. Here. Ron Saxton. Here. Mary Spildy.
Be here too. I wondered when that would ever happen.
Well, considering he's not a board member, I don't know why he's...
Mary Spildy. Kate Duran. Hannah Bendering.
Here.
Dick Whitnell.
Here. Thank you, Seth. Okay, we don't have any minutes to approve for this meeting, if you notice, so we'll go right into item number 1, which is review the charge of OEIB, reflect on successes, and articulate areas of improvement. And so we have a series of activities within this one, and we'll start with Nancy. So Nancy, you're up to set the stage here for this one.
Thank you. It's great to see everybody back after the summer. And this is just about 1 year, my anniversary of being the Chief Education Officer. And so I remember, I actually think it was Nicole who said, we need to reflect on how our families are doing and our children, because as we think about how do we increase the targets on the Achievement Compact, I think it's important for us to reflect on the conditions of our children and our family. I decided and thank you for letting me do this, wanted to be the person who really put deep thought into this, not that other people aren't thinking about it. And so it was a very important question for me to reflect on, and I did a lot of that, and I just want to share my reflections. So how are our families? We have families celebrating because they've just moved into new homes, and they know that their children are going to have a nice bed, a meal each evening, and food in the morning. And we have families who are struggling because they don't have a home. They might live under a bridge, who are really wondering about where is it that I'm going to find the next opportunity to feed my children, and how can I possibly make sure they get their homework done. What I'm very excited about is, I'm not excited about that, but in my 1 year reflection, I like to reflect on the hope and what we have done as an OEIB board to really start working on those critical issues. So you know, in that pamphlet I hand out often, we talk about poverty to prosperity. And when we look at poverty to prosperity, there's a number of things we're doing because we know poverty is increasing in our state. So we have our regional hubs. Those are places that our children can go to get the kind of support they need to have stable families, to get health care. We have invested in early intervention, and there's opportunities for our families to get support very early on with places like Relief Nurseries, Head Start, and also what we're doing now is making sure there's quality daycare in all of our neighborhoods. So we know that daycare centers can volunteer and they can be rated. And as they're rated, every family will know what a good daycare center is. If we're placing children in daycare because they need support through the state, we know what the quality daycare is. Our children will have the opportunity to learn pre-literacy skills, they'll be in safe places, they'll be getting food at these daycare centers. What we also do when I look at our children and the number of families in poverty, there's a lot of other things that we're doing. We have our regional achievement collaboratives. What's really, I think, important about the regional achievement collaboratives that we've established is it's really a place for collective impact, collective responsibility, where we're looking at communities around what can we do to really help our families get out of poverty. We have regional solution centers, which was not initiated from the OEIB, all these other things were, but we're working very closely with the governor's office to ensure with the regional solution centers that when we're creating educational opportunities, those are aligning with the work in the communities. So we think of the workforce investment, and we know that STEM education, which of course came through the STEM Council, which the OEIB is responsible for, great work with Mark, is looking to make sure we're giving kids education so when they're done, they can get into jobs that are waiting for them, and that the jobs are filled by people in Oregon as opposed to people outside. We also have talked a lot about career technical education. I know that we've been thinking about investments in both as we look at what's really important to make sure our families, our children are educated so they have jobs. They can stay in their communities or not. Hopefully they stay in the state. But they really have the ability to not only take care of themselves, but also improve the economy. I heard a very powerful thing the other day. I don't remember where it was or who I heard it from, but someone was talking about what happens now when our youth leave with such debt is because they have college debt, and they either completed or they didn't, but they've got college debt. When they used to be able to go get their first job and buy a house, now they really can't afford to do that because they're paying off debt. And of course, if people can't buy homes, then it's not stimulating the economy. So we're going to make sure our education aligns with the jobs, and that we really, and so I have great hope around how we can help our children, our families in Oregon move out of poverty. The second reflection I have is I actually have deep, deep concern for our children of color. I want you to know when I first took this job, I spent a lot of time in community forums with communities of color to hear their stories. It was emotional, and really what I really believe deeply is we have not provided the support those wonderful children need to be successful. These communities were incredibly gracious to me. They were incredibly warm, and the message they gave me is, don't tell me what you're going to do, show me that you're making a difference in the lives of our children. That's a really important charge for all of us in the Oregon Education Investment Board and all of the agencies on the seamless pathway. What we know about our communities of children of color, and we can't say it enough, is that there's over-identification to special education. There's over-identification to discipline referrals. There's push out of schools. Some kids are being pushed out as early as kindergarten. What we also know is that when we start looking at the data, and we'll look at the scorecard later on in the agenda, what you are going to see is that our communities of color are the children in the opportunity gap, to the children who need more support to move out of those opportunity gap. And we're really going to see difference in achievement because we haven't provided the support. Again, I am so thankful that I came out of retirement, where I was going to spend tons of time with my grandchildren, to be the CEO of this organization, because I believe so deeply in what we've started to do, what the OEIB has done, about making sure these conditions do not no longer exist. I want to talk a bit about it. one of our jobs, when I talk about investments, I think there's three. One is an investment in policy. I think the equity lens is one of the most important policy investment I have seen in my lifetime as an educator, and this is my 40th year as an educator. So let's say I've been around, right? I want you to know that we're taking the equity lens very seriously, and I go around to districts who are all talking about it, who are trying to measure things based on the equity lens. Now, I'm not saying we're there with the equity lens. I was in a deep conversation yesterday about some of the things I needed to see differently that I didn't totally understand about the equity lens. We need to talk together. We need to have courageous conversations, but I think the equity lens work has been really critical. I also know that we have spent a lot more time with culturally specific organizations. I think you all know about the Reading Equity Group, where we made sure that the faces of the leaders in this group reflected the faces of our children. When we did that, we learned together about things we never could have learned without them. So what you'll see when we talk about third grade proficiency and what we're going to do to move the achievement on that target, on that outcome, you're going to see that there's some very specific things about working with nonprofit organizations, working with culturally specific organizations that we've learned because of the equity lens and because we're pushing ourselves to say we have to develop leaders and we can't just keep meeting with people who look like me. We've got to work with the people who really know our children. We're engaging with the parents in our communities of color in a way I think we've never done before. When I think of the reading campaign that we're involved in, we specifically went to 5 communities. These communities were diverse, they were typically poor, and the achievement was not where we wanted it to be. And we talked to the families about how we could work with them to make sure we engaged with them in a way they could engage about getting third grade literacy. We learned about things like they believe if we say teach your kids to read or read to your kids, they're not educators. They don't know how to do that. But if we say talk to your kids, sing to your kids, tell stories, they can do that. They love to do that. They're skilled at doing it. And they now understand through our joint dialogues that those are teaching the critical pre-literacy skills for their children to be successful. We have a lot more to do in this area, but I am thankful for the equity lens. I want all of you to continue to push me on the equity lens. I want to thank you for people who do that, and we'll continue to work on it. This is what else I know about our families. I know that we have 68% of our families who are thrilled. They're thrilled because their children are reading proficiently at third grade. But there's also, and why they're thrilled is they know with their child reading proficiently at third grade, they have 4 times as much chance of their child going to college. But what I also know is we have 32% of our children whose families are deeply concerned because they're not reading proficiently by third grade. They know that data too. They know if their child isn't reading proficiently, that they also, that their children do not have the same chance of getting to college. What they also know is the data that says after age 9, 75% of the children never become average readers again, and they are so fearful that their children are not one of the 25% who do become average readers. But what I'm so hopeful about is what we've all been working on. The governor's staff's been working on this. We've been working on this. We'll be suggesting a concept that could lead to a strategic investment around third grade reading. We've talked a little bit about that. We've talked about we have to have strong reading programs in all of our schools. But I think what you'll see that's different than this, what's happening with our children is that we are moving, our achievements increasing, not as fast as any of us want, not as fast as I want, but it's running parallel. So what we know is to close the gap, we have to do some very specific things for the children in the opportunity gap. So we're talking about, for these children, we're talking about summer school programs, we're talking about after-school programs where transportation is paid for. Because it makes no sense to offer programs and then for the families who can't afford a car, they don't have the opportunity to get their children there. Probably beginning to ask that I really want her to reflect this much, but I'm almost done with that, right? not quite. So what I also know is that as we go along this pathway, we have families who are celebrating because their children have left high school with 2 years of college credits. We have children who have left high school with 1 year of college credits in any place from 3 credits to 40 credits. And their families are now seeing that college is affordable to them because of that. But what we also know is we have many children who haven't yet gotten any college credit in high school. And what we know is that families are so concerned about how can we possibly afford to send our kids to college. So what I'm thankful for, what we've done at OEIB and what I'm hopeful for is that in our last investments we gave money to the Eastern Promise to take a model that has worked in Eastern Oregon and to incubate it in a few other communities and see if we can replicate that or what would be different in specific communities. We know that there's an accelerated learning committee that's looking deeply at dual credit. That's being chaired by me, but Senator Hass has been also working very hard with us along with other legislators. We know because we're a seamless system and we think from birth through college, we know that as state agencies we're working together in a way we've never done before. So we know when the Higher Ed Coordinating Committee is saying we're really going to focus on access, affordability, and completion, we know that because we have a Higher Ed Coordinating Committee who can look deeply at that, but think about how we move children there successfully, we know that we've begun to really start being able to make sure kids have college credit in high school. So these are some of my reflections, and what I want to say is I really do believe, I was at a town hall last night for Senator Barnhart, and the energy in the room was amazing, and I think collectively what we felt at the end is that we're in a moment in time. We're in a moment in time because we have a governor who really understands you have to invest early, you get your best return on investment when you do that. We have an Oregon Education Investment Board that I think is brilliant, I think it's diverse, and I think it is totally committed to creating this seamless system of education, to be clear about what the outcomes are on the achievement cap, and to spend hours and hours and hours to think about what are the concepts, what are the investments that's going to move that dial on those for not some of our kids, but all of our kids. I also feel like, so I think it's a moment in time. I hope from what I had to say, you can see what you've already done as a board, because I know as a new board it took getting going, it took getting established, but I think if you just look at the things I've talked about, we are beginning to make a difference for all of our children. I think today we are going to see more of the accomplishments. You're going to see the concepts we believe can really move in achievement on all of those targets we're going to have. We're going to go deeper on those. We're going to have important conversations about that. And so with that, that's my reflections, and I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to reflect.
Thank you, Nancy. Comments for Nancy on any of those reflections? Anything out there that the board would like to comment, Dave?
Yeah, I just want to know, are we going to talk about these regional solution centers? I just wanted to find out more about them. How are they different than regional collaboratives? What are they doing?
We certainly can, absolutely. And that is a really good segue into something else I wanted to say. Today, and Whitney Grubbs, there's a celebration for her after at a restaurant for her good work. She's actually, one of the things she's doing, the new job she's going to, is to say, how do we take all these on the ground initiatives we have going, like the Regional Achievement Collaboratives, the Regional Solution Centers, the hubs, and really understand them, and how do we get so they really leverage each other. So that, we'll just write that down, and we'll make sure, Lindsay, if you can, we'll make sure we come back and really have that at some point. I think before we go on with questions, just because we were there, I do want to just signal a change. I think we will see Whitney here later today, but Lindsay Capps is for the first time sitting in his new position as the new Chief of Staff. And what I can tell you is it's been a joy to work with him already. We've taken the sensational work Whitney's done, and now we're just moving it to another level. I want you to know a little bit about Lindsay. He came from the Director of Great Public Schools at OEA, where he, along with Hannah, have been doing great work about how do we make sure our schools really help us for all of our children. He's also been in education policy on the federal and state level for probably more years than you want to mention. How many years would that be? I mean,
Quite a while.
quite a while. So quite a while of years. And in his last role with OEA, I saw you work very effectively. It was one of the reasons I was interested in you, with all of the important stakeholder partners, with Chalkboard, with Stand for Children, with COSA, with OSBA. And so I think you bring a tremendous amount of talent to the table, and we're just thrilled to have you. So can we give him a... And then the last thing I want to say about that, and we'll see if there's any questions on the agenda, when we do get to looking at the outcomes and investments, what you'll start seeing is it has Whitney's name by it. And as we started working together, we thought this would be a great transition. So Whitney's been involved in the discussions. She's been coaching us. But we did have one of the OEIB members who actually raised their hand and said, I want to lead this, I want to be in charge of this, and that was Peter Trumba. He's been working incredibly hard to really learn all that we've done in the past and move it forward. So I want to acknowledge that Peter's taking on some new roles, and you'll probably be hearing more from him today than Whitney. The Planning Committee seems like a perfect time to do a transition. So now we're back to any other questions about the reflections.
We talked a lot of time about we were created to get to this 40-40-20 goal. And I've asked a lot of times for the map of how are we doing on it. Can you give me you talked about progress, but are we on track, off track? What's the progress towards our goal?
So later we'll be looking at the scorecard, and we'll be highlighting that when we look at the scorecard. I would say what I saw happen during the last legislative session is money were given for some critical things. One is, and you and I actually talked about this recently, teacher quality, administrator quality. That's an initial investment. We're just getting going. That's one that's going to take, we know how critical it is. It's super critical, but it's been 6 or 7 months since these investments have gone out. What we also have seen is that we send a lot of resources to what I would say incubate, to try new things, to see if there's things that could be scaled up. That money's just gone out, so we don't see that those have been in play long enough to really move the dial, but I don't want to say the dial's not being moved. I would say, and Peter will go over that.
Okay, I just want to keep the focus that we talk about outcomes and accountability for education service deliverers.
Right.
And that's what I think we're about. And I think we have to apply the same to us. Are we moving the dial
Right.
on a track that's going to get us there? Because there's lots of good talk, but ultimately we have to come back, are we really moving the dial?
Right. When we talk about roles and responsibilities, when I'm out and about, I say that really what we're responsible for is moving that dial, and that's what our self-reflection is about. So Peter, when you get to that, if you want to just really highlight where we are and where we really need to improve, that would be terrific. So thank you. Other thoughts?
Mark, can you say something?
Please.
So I just wanted to add to that, all my years on Quality Education Commission and now OEMC, we've talked for so long about have we moved the dial, what does that achievement look like? And I'm really excited to spend some time on Peter's work because I was so excited after reading his work last night, I literally couldn't sleep because I think that what we finally have in place are the building blocks. So it's been hard to move the dial because we had so many things that were not lined up and so many pieces that needed to be set in the foundation so that we could build upon that. And I think his report does a really good job of sort of telling the history, also calling out specifically those things that have needed to be put in place. And just to, I guess sort of reiterate what Nancy's saying is we've put a lot of those things in place and we're having the opportunity now to be very concrete. I love hearing the stories about, so how are we going to achieve equity and what are those very concrete things we need to do? And we're just starting some work with the National Equity Project from California, and one of the things they're helping our district see is that it's about paying attention and being intentional about the concrete actions you can take and how we facilitate one another to do that. For a long, long time in the state, we've talked about equity, but now we're getting better about not just talking about it, but identifying exactly what do we need to do. And I know we have a long way to go, but I feel the same way about all those accountability pieces we've needed to put in. We've talked about it for a really long time, but we didn't have any of the foundation there, including some of the measures, to be able to measure that and move forward. And I'm really excited about how you put all that together. I'm excited about what you called out, and I think there is hope. And just speaking from inside a district who has experienced firsthand where all those barriers are, we can see the dial starting to move. There's this kind of new, refreshed breath coming to the district of, yay, we finally got what we need and now we can move. We don't have everything we need, but we've worked through a lot of the barriers and people can see now the pathway of where we're going. And I think that's what you were calling out, Nancy, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move us along. I think, Ron's comments, Yvonne's really segue well with Nancy's as far as what today is about, because this is our opportunity to have those conversations. How are we doing? How are we doing? Where are we doing well? What are some things we need to improve and push forward on? Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah?
First, thank you for the reflection, Nancy. I'm just wondering today, during our time, we spent a lot of time and energy on the Oregon survey, really getting from educators across the state the teaching and learning conditions and what they believe is the realities in our school. And I'm hoping that we can spend some time today looking at that, maybe a report from Rob, or I'm happy to share anything, but I think there's a lot of data in there that will help us understand, maybe, Ron, to your question, how are we going to get there, what those things are that the educators believe that are getting in the way of student achievement. And there are some really stark results that came out of the Oregon survey that I really believe will help us in our work. And if we don't take the time to look at that and really reflect on their input, then I'm not sure that we're going to find a path to 40-40-20, because they're the ones who are out in the field working with their students every day. So I hope we can make sure we spend a little time on that.
So just following on that, I guess one of the things I would hope today is that I think, because there's been a focus on the investments and equity and K-12, is this whole connection to community colleges and the university system. So I don't want to get to lose that piece, because I feel that the integration of the building of the system has been something that is something we need to focus on versus just keeping the focus on K-12. So we've got to obviously do well at that, because that's where the majority of the students are. But if you look at really 40-40-20, we've got to spend a lot more time on the integration between the community colleges and the university system.
That's a point well taken from a K-12 guy who tends to pull the conversation there. Thanks for reminding me.
Well, I was just noticing in the we don't have measurements yet developed, so I'm concerned that, to Ron's question, the 40-40-20 knock it out of the park, hopefully, and K-12 will not get
Point well taken. Those are all great comments, and they feed right into where we're starting here this morning. If I could get you to turn to the next tab where it starts with Senate Bill 909. Just as a refresher, you know, we've been at this for a while, and we've had to be pretty persistent as far as our work on OEIB from day one. And Nancy and I felt that it might be nice, just, I'm not going to go over each one of those bullets, but it is, to me it was a little bit reassuring to take a look and see, we actually have done these things, we actually have put a lot of the foundation. That's a word that keeps coming up here this morning. And so just a quick reflection there, as you can see, the original Senate bills, what our original intention were as the board for the implementation of the 40-40-20 law. And so we just included that as a resource that I think, you know, it's good to bring back to the table, you know, maybe once a year, is what is our original charter, what was our original purpose. If you could turn to the third page, which is the board roles and responsibilities, we wanted to take a little time and go over that today. So if we get you to turn to that, this again is a reminder of what our original task was, but wanted to just go over that and just maybe have a little conversation on some of those areas where we as a board feel we're making some pretty good progress. Maybe just a little informal check-in scorecard on how you're feeling with these roles and responsibilities, and to make sure that they're still current, they're still what we're focused upon, maybe some areas we need to have some work. So this is kind of just an informal discussion time about that particular item. So I'll go ahead and open it up there for just discussion on how are you feeling on any of those, or comments along those lines. Maybe Nancy, maybe start us.
Well, I just would like to point out, Julia, one of the things you were talking about, and I so agree, that this is about a birth through college and career system, is the longitudinal database. Because when you said we don't even have measures, that's one of the key responsibilities of the OEID board. I think Ben would tell you there's data, but it's not easily accessible, and we don't have it in a longitudinal database. But we've been making progress on that. So that is one of the responsibilities, is to create a longitudinal database, and we still need to do that, although we're moving on it, and Peter can talk to you about that too. So now, I just remember a year ago we spent quite a bit of time getting clear what our roles were, and then when I was in Eastern Oregon just recently, Mark reminded me we should probably go over that. So we just collectively, I even went back over minutes and stuff, came up with this list. So I guess the question is, does this seem clear? Is there anything else you think needs to be on it, or something you don't see as your role? Give you a minute to look at it.
Is the question, is this the correct identification of what our role is, or is the question, how are we doing?
No, the question is just, we want to be clear what the roles are, because as we go and start working today, we want to make sure the work we're doing really supports your roles.
So to me, it's less about clarity to us and to me, and more about clarity to the public. I mean, I am frustrated that at virtually every meeting we have public testimony from people on issues that we have nothing to do about, or that we have no control over. And that's not fair to them. I mean, they're testifying to people thinking that they're somehow addressing people who can address their issue, and can't. And so I think we need to somehow be more clear that the things we can do are the things we can do, and we're engaged in a discussion with ourselves, and the public's welcome to talk to us about it, and so forth. But some of these other things, I don't know if we send them to Ben or send them to Rob, or who we send them to, but we need to be more clear with the public, I think. This isn't the body you think it is, if this is where you're coming with those issues.
Okay.
So Ron, as I'm looking through this right now, what you're what you're talking about there is informing the public of our role.
Right.
I don't see that called out here. We've talked about that several times, about what is our role in outreach and sort of things. That's not on here. Is that something that we want to include on here as well? Hannah and Samuel?
I don't understand that, Ron. I'm not sure. Can you give an example of someone who's testified that, I mean, we're the P through 20 education board. If they have concerns, would they come?
Well, go ahead. Yeah, you go
I
ahead.
was just going to provide, well, two things. One is about the specific level of funding, which is, of course, the purview of the legislature and the governor. So we don't have the ability to increase a funding level. It also would be individuals who come with specific issues related to a specific school district in the state, relating to sort of job performance of various personnel. So, and those would be things that would be,
And we
I would
did that
say,
once.
don't.
That I remember.
Well, I'm sure it's frustrating for somebody to come and testify, to Ron's point, and them thinking, and then spending the time sitting through it.
Can you use your mic, please? We can't hear you, please.
Yep.
So I guess my frustration with testimony is, I mean, even as we share out the process that we're going to use, I think people don't feel welcome. They're told they get 3 minutes and only one person per group. They're also told, you know, the last meeting it was, well, we don't have short time, so make it 2.5. And I just think there are people who travel all around who care about public education. And I know that we have an agenda that we need to follow, we need to adhere to that. But it feels like people aren't welcome to come talk to us. And if we are the ones who are appointed by the governor to do this work, I want to hear from people what it is that's important to them and how do we move the dial. So I would say my frustration has been more that I feel like we haven't been welcoming to the public to come talk to us, and I would like to see us do a better job of making people feel like they have an avenue, and if it's not testifying here, then where is it? Where do they give that input to this group?
That last point to me is the point, though. It's if people travel to come here and testify to us about why there should be more money in schools, I think we were dishonest with those people. There's nothing we have to do about putting more money into schools. And it's just as an example. And so I just think we need to be clear. We should have a dialogue with the public that involves the public on issues where we have some role. But we shouldn't mislead them that we are the place that addresses all education issues, because we are not the place that addresses all education issues.
Nancy, comment, and then Samuel.
Yeah, so I think it would be great to add that, and I think as staff, we could start working on this and come back with you and plan about how do we communicate better and how do we get clear. For example, I think Hannah, and there's lots of ways to work with the public. For example, now because of the dual credit issue, we're bringing together people, faculty from the community colleges. We're building common knowledge bases together. We're getting deeper and we're getting a lot of their input. But sometimes the best way to get it is in a deeper committee. I think a second thing is I call myself a road warrior because I'm all over the state at town hall, city hall, where people can come and say whatever they want, but I want to be there to hear it. So I think the broader question is really, where are all the avenues we're getting input, and how do we make sure people know about those, and then how do we also make sure they know what our job is, so if they're traveling for miles, they know this is the right board, because otherwise they might be better off showing up at the Higher Ed Coordinating Commission or the Department of Education. We want to get them closest to where the decision can be made because they deserve that. So I'll bring something back. I think we need to do that.
Samuel?
Maybe in terms of coming back, and I was going to suggest a .8. I think you have been doing that. In fact, I had a chance to go out with you on your road show to John Day, but also to Ron's point. Some of the folks in John Day came to our next meeting. They came 6 hours, by car, which is,
So touching.
it's not covered wagon, but it's considerable. And they sat, and then they had just a little bit of time at the end, and I felt very uncomfortable with that. So let me suggest that maybe for an 8, we need to communicate, we need to interact, we need to build constituency, and those are somewhat different in there. And for me, and the old social scientist bubbles up, we need to enhance local and state social capital around issues of education. And until that kind of deliberate action is taking place, it gets to be just a bit hit and miss for some of what we need to do. So I would hope that as you and staff work on point 8 or something else, that there'd be that opportunity to really spell that out in some ways that are really critical. I was resonating with Ron Point. I just sat on a university committee. I know I'm on sabbatical. But on a university committee that was supposed to evaluate the work of the dean. And what I realized was that almost a third of the people who had responded to our surveys and come to our open meetings didn't understand what a dean did in the university. And it struck me again that most of our public attends schools. Most of our public attends public schools. But we haven't been real transparent in what schools do and helping people understand what schools do. And that's a part of a longer informational and discussive point that I'm hoping that we invite people to participate in. One example, I had hoped when we did achievement compacts that would open things up for some real discussions about what each of the entities did and how people could be involved in that. I found in many instances it was a checklist for somebody at a particular institution. Oh, we do that, we do that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Rather than building this communication, having the interaction, and really saying, what are we here for, what are we doing, how is this going to help kids and adults, how is this going to really help build social capital in the state. And so I'm hoping as we go on with what we do, and I understand that we've been working at this a little bit, but it takes a while to change some of the norms around this. And it takes a while to change that conversation about what we do and how we get there.
Thank you.
Sam, personally, I'm offended that you're comparing cars to covered wagons. But
He doesn't have a Dodge, obviously.
right.
And not a 65 Dodge car.
Hey, there you go. I think part of our job is to educate the general or the owners of the education system in the state, which is the population, and the social capital that you mentioned, Sam, I think is right on. I think we need to say, for example, on the equity lens, why is there value in that to the chamber, to the economics of our state? And it's obvious once you think about it to bring everybody up to the same par level of education, but we need to educate the Chamber of Commerce and these individuals, these leaders in the communities, what's in it for them. And the education is at high water that raises all boats.
Thank you. It's kind of fascinating. Hannah, go ahead.
I guess when we're looking at our charges and what we're supposed to do, I want to go back to if 40-40-20 is the post that we're looking for, we're trying to get there, then we have to create the learning environment in which we can get there. I think that's our goal, is to create a learning environment where students can get to 40-40-20. And if we're not talking about all pieces of that learning environment, what it's going to take to get there, and we're just expecting that we're going to say, with these small strategic investments, that we're going to get to 40-40-20, then I don't believe we're being honest with ourselves or the public. It talks about we're the Oregon Education Investment Board, so we should be looking at what each and every student, through the equity lens, making sure that every student has a learning environment that will allow them to be successful. And we're supposed to build that. And we're not going to build it unless we're really talking about what's going on and what we need to put in place in order to create that learning environment. And I feel like we talk around that a lot, and we talk about some strategic investments, which I think are great, and we need to use best practice, and I really appreciate the work that the Bonds Committee has done to bring forward some of those things. But at some point, Ron's frustrated that we're not moving the dial. I'm frustrated we're not moving the dial, and I don't think we move the dial until we really talk about the learning environment, how we're going to build it.
So, can I just respond to that, sort of to Ron's comment? So I guess I would look at, what's in our purview and what's not. And again, just the $6 billion plus that is sent out to individual school districts, that goes to the university system, to community colleges. We maybe have the ability to influence and help shape, but the day-to-day decisions in statute are still being made by either individual school boards, the State Board of Education, HEC, the new autonomous university board. So I think your point is well taken, but we also have to look at what levers, I guess specifically in statute, we've been given. And we weren't given the $6 billion plus dollars that would allow us to directly impact what's happening, but we can, I think, influence. So I think we also have to look at what we actually have been given within the statute to be able to control that.
It's interesting to think of our evolution, and it started on this quotes. I remember reading this super board comment in Oregonian way back when. In fact, our role in 909 is much more limited than I think people perceive. I'm just looking right at the documents we have here, and we just spent considerable amount of time talking about outreach, networking, communicating. That's not even in this original charge. It's not in there. And that doesn't mean we can't put it in there or shouldn't put it in there. I think we all agree that needs to be a critical piece. But it's just fascinating to me how a lot of the public misrepresentation of OEIB is because at times I'm not sure we exactly keep laser locked on our own focus, and we're all here passionate about making change for kids in a P20 system. We're all bought into that. We're all supportive. But when you look at what is on here, it's a limited scope. When you look at the board responsibilities and roles, it's a limited scope. And the actual implementers we basically have three now, do we not? We have early learning, the ELC, we have ODE, and we have HEC. And with under that are local boards, local organizations, and that's kind of what today's discussion is are we too wide? Are we too narrow? Are we still saying, yep, that's who we are? And I don't know what the answer is. It's just kind of, and I don't know if we have to have the answer right now, but I'm just putting that out there that, we tend to sometimes, and I think whether it starts with public participation, what is our role? Our role is a little more narrow than maybe we go sometimes.
Right, so that's my original point. We talked about this a year ago. Come back now. We're not the super board. Whether I think it would be good to be or not, it's not our choice. There are a lot of things we don't control, and so I agree with Hannah that having a vision of how all of it would fit together in a better system is a useful thing for us to have and to share and to kind of push. But when it comes to, my point wasn't that we can't talk about things or can't even hear people on it. It said I don't want to mislead them into thinking we're the people who can change them when we're not.
Yep.
The power, and it says here the pathway, but the power I've been seeing particularly at the agency level. I mean, if we get early learning right, if we invest there, kids are going to come to kindergarten ready to learn, which means we can hit that third grade proficiency, which means all that money we put into remediation with only a 25% chance of getting kids up to average reading could be put for more AP programs, more career technical programs. So I think the focus is not only on the pathway, but how we leverage each other along the pathway. And I would say, you know, in my 40 years, I've seen a lot of times where higher ed is battling against early learning, against K-12. I mean, certainly every area is advocating, but we are committed to each other, and we are committed. As I'm looking at Ben and I'm looking at Rob, we are committed to the success along that whole pathway. And I think Ben knows his success has a lot to do with the success of young kids. And we can't have kids work hard and have the skills and not the affordability to go to college. And so I just think being the seamless system, it sounds easy, but the power behind it is tremendous, because it is the thing that's going to change the dial. The silos cannot work. And it's a simple line, but it's a powerful reason for being.
Do we have an action item of sorts that Nancy's going to take Samuel's point in the general discussion and kind of come back with something?
Yes.
That's kind of where we're going. Ben?
Well, thanks, Mark. I think this is a really good conversation, and I've been listening intently. Just to state the obvious, I think one of the things that's become more apparent to me over the last few years of this work is the extent to which responsibility and authority within the education system is diffused. It exists in a lot of different places, at different levels, and there's no, and is likely never to be, some single point of sole authority or even primary authority for education. And that adds a lot of complexity and makes these conversations, I think, especially challenging and complex. One way, I think, of trying to get at this question of what our role is, both for our own sake as well as for the public, is to take a step back and perhaps try to think about what was missing that requires a P20 board like this to address, right? What happens if this, what's lost if this goes away? Why was this created in the first place? And there's not a simple answer to that either. Right? People have different reasons for getting behind the concept of the OEIB, but I think that could help to focus or clarify the roles that are, I think, nicely depicted in this chart. But my suggestion, I just mentioned it to Lindsay at my side here, for a subsequent version of this, or maybe a companion document, would be, well, what is the OEIB not? If these are its roles, if these are its primary responsibilities, what are not its primary responsibilities? And maybe that creates its own sort of problems and challenges. But there are a lot of things that aren't on this list, and that could be helpful both for the public as well as for the board to understand its roles and responsibilities. As David knows as a member of the HAC, and as Samuel knows as a member of the State Board of Education, there are a lot of things that those boards are doing that are important that aren't being done here. It's a nice division. Samuel's board is spending a lot of time on reviewing appeals from charter school proponents who come to the State Board of Ed and say, we want our charter school. And that's Samuel's board's job, right? And they haven't come here, which I think means they understand this is not the place to take that appeal. And folks can come to the HAC and talk about programs that they want to create at universities, and that becomes the HAC's responsibility. Those are some easy examples, do you think? Because I think it's well understood. It gets harder around some of the other topics, and I just think this is an important work to try to continue to do.
Nancy, what do you think about that idea, what Ben just said about the nots? We've never done that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I love the framing question of like, you know, what wasn't able to happen before. I think it has a lot to do with the seamlessness that's happening now, what's not happening. And then I really do like also coming back with exactly where are we getting input, how are we getting it, where do people have an opportunity to come to talk to us. It's not just at this meeting, it's out in the community, it's being part of teams. And where's the right place for them to go to really be heard in the most powerful way they need to be heard. So can we bring both of those? Can we try that next time and bring them back to you?
Just one more addition. Nancy, you are out and about. And I don't know how we do this, and I know you've got your website and some of the other things where you talk about things, but I'm not sure we as a board really understand all that. And I know we're called upon to evaluate you, but I was looking at the evaluation instrument going, let's see. Now, after a full meeting in John Day, Nancy sat with community leaders at a dinner from about 9:30 until 11 o'clock Where's that going? Where do we account for that? That's a very specific example, but it's a real part of what is going on. I know that Mark's been, out and about. I know that all of us do things, and that needs to be woven into the narrative of looking at what we needed this for and how do we get to some other kind of place. And so it's not to be in any way kind of punitive, but it's talking about how we do communicate this in some ways that are really successful in the communication process.
That's great.
How do you feel, Nancy, about our communication with you? I mean, do you get many questions like when you send out, every week you send out, it's pretty clear where you've been and what you've been doing. Do you get much feedback from us?
Well, sometimes I get feedback based on the bulletin, and sometimes it's around a particular issue or something that people have seen that really they believe is something that can move the dial and they want me to know about. Sometimes people are pushing me on, how do we make sure we keep equity at the heart of everything we do. So I think it's not as a response to the letter, but overall, I think there's really good responses. I mean, I think later we're going to talk more about how to, to me it's really important because you're a volunteer board with an awesome responsibility, huge responsibility. How do I make sure that I'm providing for you what you need, and how do we, if I want to ask you the question, what do you need to be fully engaged from us? And I mean, one example is we're going to bring up the location issue, and you're busy people, so sometimes people struggle with being able to get here. Would more people get here if we met in Portland, whatever, or if we didn't have a meeting, if you couldn't make a meeting, should I set up a separate meeting with you? I would be more than happy to do that, to really talk through the issues and make sure I have your opinion, knowing that all of you are committed to being here as much as you can. So, I think people get to me in different ways, or I get to them. I think that's something that I could improve in the next year.
Okay, I'm looking at we got Nicole. Oh.
I'm not totally sure how this fits in, but I wanted to just share one of the pieces that I'm still sort of struggling with as I think about our role. And overall, I think this document is really helpful and really good, and I think it's really important that we evolve in our role, and I absolutely support better coordination. And I actually think most of our OEIB board members are engaging and having conversations with communities, regularly. If we can think about how to tell that story and coordinate better, that's a great suggestion. The part that I still struggle with is, I think, really on twofold. One, really making sure that we're using the time and the best use of this board for sort of the highest and best use of our best thinking. And sometimes I think we still, fluctuate between really detailed specific things, and then we try to talk about bigger picture things, and we kind of go back and forth. And I think as we move forward in our evolution, really making sure that we're using the highest and best potential in thinking of this board. I think the other area that I still struggle with is really grappling with our role as a policy board, and how I feel that on more than one occasion, sometimes we will hear very detailed presentations, and I will hear other board members give quite concrete feedback, and sometimes be concerned about the direction we're going or the way that something's being implemented. And it's not our role to micromanage, and yet you can sense that there's discomfort and maybe not full endorsement of where we're going. And I don't know how we don't necessarily have a process to remedy that. So does that mean we then give feedback and then it comes back to us that it's then being improved or changed? And so I think that nuance and how we operate will be important to think about how we go forward. And then the last piece that I would say is that our name has our title as an investment board, and that leads people to many different conclusions about what that means, not always the same conclusion. And I think that there's wonderful aspiration and passion about our students deserving the best, from early childhood to higher ed. And then but we don't necessarily have an accountability role. So we can aspire and have a vision and have deep desires for those outcomes. We can advise and hope that they're listened to. And then, fast forwarding to our next conversation, we're looking at our achievement compacts and other goals, and some of our institutions are setting very, very low goals. And so if that, if we're the investment board that's overseeing this whole continuum, and it may be a false perception, but if people have the perception that we somehow then have some accountability mechanism and we don't, I think that's a challenge we need to think about how to overcome, either being, as others have stated, really clear about that, or figuring out, what is our role in that accountability going forward that might look different than what it has been previously.
Which is a good segue into number 2. That's what we're going to start talking about. So I'm kind of looking at the clock here to keep us moving. And before this agenda item finishes 11:05, I do want to address the last bullet. So Nancy, do you feel like you kind of have some direction on number 8, Samuel, and a summary coming back in September on this? Okay. The last one is about the subcommittees, and we're hoping to get a little feedback on how they going. To your point, Nicole, a little bit, how we sometimes go 60,000 foot down to ground level, just back and forth. I agree with that. The subcommittees really are an intent to get to the ground level, whether it's with the equity lens, whether it's the best practices, outcomes, investments, et cetera. But we just want to take a little time. How are you feeling? You guys are all serving on these, and you can see the basic questions there. How are they working? Should we change the way? Do we make changes? How it reports back to the larger group? Are there current board assignments, the subcommittees working? Are there, do people want to move maybe a little bit from one to another? We just thought we would open up a conversation today on the subcommittees. Yvonne?
So I feel really good about where our committee has moved this year, and I really appreciate Hilda's participation and actually support on helping us. I think that we really are in a different place with Nancy at the head and having a department that is working very closely together. Hilda has been able to be just right there every moment with what's going on, so she can share what's going on in OEIB and kind of inform me about what we need to do as we go forward and set the agenda. I can bring ideas from the field, not only just in my school district, but what I'm hearing in the other groups that I'm in the district. So our partnership has worked really, really well. I've appreciated the framework that we worked from. We were real clear at the beginning of the year what areas and topics we were going to try to cover, what progress we were going to make. We had a schedule for when we would bring those back, and it really kept pushing us on getting that done. I think one of the things that's been challenging has been when we don't have regular participation of all the members, and that's already been brought up even in this for the full board. I'm not sure what to do about it because everybody's really busy who's on the board. But we have tried really hard on the best practices committee to make it participatory, to make it not just to sit there and get a report, but let's have a discussion. Let's decide what we think we ought to do about it and what's missing. And we've really pushed on the people who've been doing the presentations to not inundate us with slides and a lot of information, but really get down to the point of what are you asking of us, what are those recommendations, where's the research behind that, so that we could then use that for a discussion. So I like the direction that we've gone. I'm not sure what to do about the participation. I've also appreciated having our meetings on the same day as board, since I have to travel and a lot of our committee members do as well. And I really like when we get to do some joint work. We haven't done that as much this year. But again, when we do the joint work, I would hope that we could use that same format where we're more in discussion and working, where we separated into pairs and triads and actually got work done versus, again, having reports and everybody just sitting there silently, because I think that's frustrating for all of us. We don't know what our role is. We don't feel like we're getting anything done that way. And it's frustrating to the people who bring us information. Sometimes they don't know what we're doing with it. I know the last time, I'm trying to remember which, I think it was our May meeting, as I walked out in the break, several people I did not know, had not seen at the meetings before, came to me and said, wow, you guys are really getting things done and we can actually see how you work. And we even invited some people in the audience to participate in those smaller groups, especially if they had some expertise or a position on some of the topics we were talking about. So it was nice to have that fluidity and opportunity to sort of change the very formal structure.
Thank you. Other comments on the subcommittees? Sure.
I have a comment, but I also, would I be allowed to go back to the articulate areas of improvement? Because I'm not sure how this agenda is working, but I want to make sure that, comment on something.
Go for it.
So on the subcommittee, I guess the one thing I would say is really focusing on sort of continuity of staff. There's just been some changes on some of the committees have been on, so it makes it difficult to drive an agenda and continue to engage the board members when staff is consistently changing. So, really trying to create a more stable, predictable pattern of staff support for the subcommittees, I would say. I think also the point about travel is the expectation that this is not somebody's, that they're doing it as a job, that, locate the meetings in a way and have the ability for people to call in if that's necessary so that you can get greater engagement from committee members. So that would be my comments on the committee. What I wanted to go back to is just, we have on the agenda articulate areas for improvement, and I think my main concern is, looking at the board roles and what we're doing, I think we're making progress, as Nancy reflected on many of the things that we've been outlined, but I think our huge miss, and this is our unique role, is the ability to see across the sectors. And if I just look at it from as a parent, from a student perspective, it's a broken system. If a student gets a diploma from an Oregon high school and then have to take remedial classes at community college, or they don't meet the admission standards for a public university. And when I look at sort of our work, I view all the other boards that have been discussed, and whether it's a local school board or the State Board of Education or the community college boards, that's not their role. And I think heading into this next year, we shouldn't end our next year with students continuing to graduate not prepared or able to access the next part of the system. So I guess my expectation would be that Rob and Ben, from a staffing perspective, is how is it that you're going to assist this board in smoothing that transition, because the State Board of Education, individual community college boards, the university boards aren't going to be looking at that. I think that's really our job, and that's going to be key to getting the 40-40-20, because otherwise we're just going to be focusing on the 20.
I think that is a beautiful example of the whole, what our role is with transitions. And I know we've talked a lot about the developmental education issue, best practices, but it doesn't get back. So I think what you've done is just packaged what improvement areas we need with a concrete example. That you say, what would happen if OEIB didn't exist? That's a perfect example on a silo for the diploma.
We've put a lot more money into the higher ed system, give students grants, but if they get a diploma thinking that they've got the ticket to the next step, and really that's been the implication that we've left with them. Like, you get C's, you get that diploma, and then they realize that they're going to have to pay to take community college classes
Math
that aren't even
65.
going to give them college credit, or they're thinking they're on their way to Oregon State and they didn't realize they needed to have a 3.5 or 3.6. I don't know what the Oregon State number is these days, but I mean, we are really doing a disservice, and I think that's a key role for us to help facilitate that piece, its connection to the next piece, because that's the 80.
So when you look at it, the second question, the subcommittee report back to the board, there's been a ton of work on this. So how do we get that back? That's a good, perfect example along that line. Maybe just brainstorming, Nancy, almost like a transition section of the meeting. Maybe I'm just throwing this out for discussion. What if we had some kind of a presentation on how many kids are getting ready for the KA? How are we doing on third grade reading? How are we doing on 11 to 14 transitions? Just an idea that maybe we force ourselves into transitions at every meeting. There are times I feel like we have presentations, but where does it fit? And is it even our responsibility? Does that presentation fit? There are times I felt like it doesn't. If you go back to this, which is pretty tight, you know, maybe we're standing to be that we continue to expand out things that really aren't within that charge or the original Senate bill. I don't know. Hannah?
So I guess this is where I need a little help understanding what we're doing, because we have this expectation that we're supposed to make sure that people get to these benchmarks. We created the achievement compacts, and we said it was a two-way handshake, that we would ask districts to set their targets, and we expect them to set high targets. And then the other part was, we're supposed to give them the support to get there. And that's where I see this total disconnect from us. We have these expectations of 40, 40, 20. And yet, who is it? Who is it that is going to put in place the process to get the funds and the learning condition for every student to get there? Because we're kind of disavowing that. That's not our responsibility. That's what we've said this morning. It's not about us. We're the investment board, but we don't do investments. We're not talking about what it should look like. But we have this expectation. And we're supposed to create a path to 40, 40, 20. You can't create a path to 40, 40, 20 if you don't put in the learning conditions that will allow us to get there. And we can't do that if we're not talking. So if our charges are thus that we can't say, here's what we suggest, here's the investment that would, here's the best practice that we should, all of those things, then what are we doing here to help the students in Oregon? I'm confused about where the second part of the handshake is coming from us, and where we have all of these high expectations that we expect. We expect parents to do things, we expect educators and students to do things. And are we giving them the support to get there? I can't, I've seen Nancy all around the state. I know where your passion is. I know that we have a lot of work to do, and I'm ready to do the work. But I don't think we do the work if we keep pretending that someone else is going to fix it. Nobody else is going to fix it.
You know, we do come up with key concepts that lead into investments around moving the dial on the achievement compact. Just when you talk about teacher quality, and you know, we work very collaboratively on the TEL survey. There was, I think the figure was 35 million given. Is that 30? 45. Thank you. 45 million given last biennium to teacher quality. Well, to me, if you say, what are the conditions, some of that money should be used to really help on that. So there has been an investment in that. Now, it's just gotten started. Maybe what we're doing, some of the things are the best things, maybe some are others. But there is an investment around helping teachers to really have what they need to feel good about their environment.
It's not about the teachers to me, Nancy, it's about the students and a learning environment for every student so that they can succeed. And I thought that's what we were building, was so that every student, no matter where they are, doesn't walk into their school and not have the materials that they need, or not have 38 students in a first grade classroom, or not have the learning environment for them. If we really look at best practice and we listen to the experts out there telling us what people need to succeed, then how do we move that down to create that learning environment for every one of those students?
But state statute has given that responsibility to local school boards. I mean, I guess if you're raising a fundamental question whether that should be the responsibility of this board or the responsibility of an individual school board, you know, I think we have heard several times from the School Boards Association that they view the local spending decisions are.
Absolutely.
So I'm just agreeing with you that what you're suggesting is a total, would require a statute change because we don't have the ability to, I mean, both Ron and I have sat in that role as individual board members to make the spending decisions based on the local conditions and the local goals in an individual school district. But we don't have that authority, nor the funds. The legislature gives that to local school districts through this spending formula. So I think we just be realistic about what the statute currently says is our responsibility.
Like I said, I think that's a good example of the point I'm making earlier. If we somehow said the state should double the amount of money that goes to K through 12 schools, that does not mean there won't be 38 kids in the kindergarten class, because that decision is still going to be made by the school board. I mean, they're going to decide how to spend all that extra money. So I don't necessarily like that scheme, but that's the scheme you have. And so we just, again, have to come back to saying it would be better if classes were smaller. Yep, we can say that. That's true. I believe that. But I don't want to kid people that we have the power to make small classes happen, as an example.
No, and I don't want to take away any local control, but what I want to do is provide them the support that they need to put in place the learning conditions. And I think we have, through the quality education model, we know what a prototypical school looks like. We know what best practice would put in place for our students to be successful. We know that. It's right there in the report that many people sitting on this board have worked on that commission to know what it takes to do it. And yet we're not funding it and we're not putting it in motion so that we can do that. And that's where I think that we're setting high expectations, but we're not willing to do what it takes to get there. And that's where I believe the adults need to go, because I think every student deserves a quality education. And I don't believe at this moment in time that we have done a good job of providing that for every student board.
I think and Danny might want to talk about this, but I think another piece that goes along with this is, as a seamless system, we're going to talk together about where we think we can get the most impact. And then we're working very closely with the governor's office, and I know because I was in Danny's position, at the same time they're creating a budget where you're hearing from housing and what they need, and, health and human resources, and you're hearing from safety, what they need, and you're hearing from, all of the other policy directors and all of their other stakeholders. And at some point, after lots of conversation and input, there does become numbers recommended in the governor's budget. He comes up with figures, which then gets presented to the legislators. And so there is a parallel process going on that is really looking overall at what would you distribute to our, early learning K-12s, community college and higher ed. We're certainly in communication, and we're certainly part of the piece. We're working with you on the education piece, but this board does not control the overall budget. They get to give input and they get to work strategically with Danny. So I don't know if you want to say something about that.
Well, I would just agree, and I think that the governor's participation on this board also signals the importance of the weight that all of you have in terms of your ability to influence the education budget that the governor recommends to the legislature. So just echo what you said.
But what I think has been a success for us, it's easy to beat up on things we haven't accomplished, but I think we've changed the conversation on the P20 strategically investing. 5 years ago, we didn't even use the word education on investment. It was the formula on how much money you're going to get. And then you just roll up your costs and have the budget committee and have a few donuts, call it good. Now we've changed the conversation on money's got to go to that third grade benchmark. Money's got to go to the 11-14. Money's got to go to looking at equity and our kids of color in a different way. We've changed that game. That conversation in Oregon is completely different, and it never would have occurred without this. And I think it's a tremendous success. Now people even know the terminology. And we're going into this session, and last session, we came up with $1 billion more for K-12. That's a win. And so I think when I look at us trying to define our roles and frustrations, that's all great stuff. But I think we shouldn't lose the gains that we've made in
Oregon as far as people understanding what priorities are and strategically, and you see legislators, you have a governor that's pushing that. That's a different game than we've had in the past. Dave, you had a comment?
Yeah, I think you actually made some good points, Mark. But I do share some of the frustration with looking at we're on the path to 40-40-20 by 2025, and we were talking at the HEC subcommittee the other day about a 10-year kind of step of getting there, and I just see we're not really moving up that first step like we should on that process. So I do share some of that frustration, and I know when this board was created, and some of the things you're getting to, Mark, I think we have achieved is kind of this kind of creating a new excitement about a system of education that links all the sectors. And I think that is good. But I think that gets back to something we were talking about earlier about public awareness of what we do. And, I think really some of that should be our advocacy role for education. I think that does get overlooked sometimes on this board, and we sometimes do get caught up, or I would say the perception of the public and the education community is we do get caught up in metrics and meeting targets and things like that, rather than the two-way handshake that was referred to and the advocacy role that we should be playing for education. And I think that's something that should be added to the board member role, something along that line. We shouldn't lose that. On the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, we talk about, our two roles are steering and cheering. And you may not want to use the word cheering, but I think there should be some role for us in that really does get lost here. That really does fit into with what power we do have to influence investment decisions and influence what local boards are doing with those investments. And there's something in the report, so we're going to get to about priorities, identifying priorities in certain districts and things like that, and our influence on that. But I think sometimes we get a little lost with more of a setting targets kind of way, rather than really working the way we should with districts out there. At least that was the initial perception. Maybe it is getting better, and I hope to hear some things about that. But it's something we have to continue to strive for, is really working with where we can influence decisions at the state level and at local level to really make some change and get some excitement and interest here, and work towards the investment that we really truly do need in the education system.
Any final comments, feedback? We'll maybe let Nancy summarize here in just a second, but on the whole item here, number 1, in those bullets and where we've been, are any final comments before Nancy sums it up? Dick?
Being part of the subcommittee outcomes and investments has been a big paradigm shift from a set of glasses that looks at everything through a business eyes on what outcomes and investments mean. And I think what really articulated that was when Nancy did a profile of our subcommittee and had the members' names in that, and my phone rang off the hook for about 2 days on the mainly the business community. Said, well, now we're not going to be 46th in the nation anymore. We're going to improve our achievement gap. We're not going to be 50th in the nation anymore. You're going to run that thing, and we're going to blah blah blah. Well, we're not that. I think that's the frustration, if you want to use that word. But that we're not. Outcomes and investments means to me, if you don't have the outcomes, heads roll, or you make changes, or you increase investments to what you want. But we're actually trying to articulate. I don't have it right in front of me. Neither Peter, do you have that? What our charge really is? I left it in the car, but for our outcomes and investment committee. So that's been a change, and I think we have that sense of our board here, Oregon Education Investment Board, is that we don't have all of the tools of controlling our what we're about. I guess is that the right word? So it's been a change on how we present to the stakeholders outside of the community itself on what we're doing, because you have, as was articulated, the local issues of which is the law, the local school boards are going to do certain things. So it's been a change of thinking how to present this to the community.
Would you like to sum it up?
Yeah, before I do that, I do want to say when I was the education policy, one thing that also told me how important this group was when we were advocating for it in 2011. I remember legislators saying things like, I get a lot of constituents who come to me wanting this done for education or that. And I'm not an expert. So I think what our subcommittees do, they think very deeply about, legislators want to know if we really want to increase achievement for students and opportunity, what is it most important for us to do if we're going to invest in? And, you know, I think it creates a relationship with legislators where they know people have been thinking really deeply about this, they've been out talking, and, you know, certainly they get to make the decision, but it allows us to have, provide them information about some of the things we think will make the bigger difference, and that helps them if they decide to support that, and someone comes and wants something out. I mean, Ben, you might want to speak to this as a legislator. You can say, but you know, this is what we're really trying to do, and we really believe this is the thing we need to invest in first, and it's not that that's not important, but I think there's a critical role in our relationship that is critical in the process, so.
Yeah, I agree. I'm obviously speaking from the standpoint of a former legislator, but in that capacity, I think you put it really well. Particularly around the investment question. Those debates have happened historically in their silos. You talk about how much state funding for community colleges, for public universities, for K-12, for various early learning programs separately from each other. And I think one of the needs the legislators felt in creating the OEID was a need for some alignment and integration of those various funding silos, but likewise other policy-related questions where they're not experts, they are looking to state agencies, state education leaders like the chief education officer for that sense of guidance and priority.
So in summarizing what I, thank you, Ben, in summarizing what I heard is to really clarify with the public what our role is and what our role isn't. So when public want to be going to a board where they think their testimony might be able to get them something they believe deeply they need, they're going to the right board. I heard maybe one way of going about that is to say, why did we need OEIB, or what couldn't happen before that's happening now, and what are we and what aren't we? I also heard the importance of really staying focused on one of our other key rows, which is those transition points, particularly thinking between, I would say, early ed and K-12, and particularly now about K-12 and higher ed, and how do we use ourselves, Nicole, I think you said best, you know, leverage ourselves in a way that really can help us do things like not have a lot of kids in developmental ed or not the skills. How do we use ourselves to do that we need to articulate that. I also think, based on this conversation, it would be very great if I could come up with a graphic or something like that, and I don't want you to think I do that on my own. I can have some support in coming up with a graphic that really sort of shows what is the governor's budgeting process and what's our piece in that process that really lets us really understand what our role is in terms of how much influence do we have over certain things. So,
Meaning number 8 with Samuel's comment.
Yeah.
About defining that.
Right, and then defining that. So, and we'll get, Hilda takes copious notes, so anything I missed, we will capture on how.
It'll be 4 or 5 attachments on an email, I'm sure.
One last thing that I think might be worth just keeping in mind of the difference between the role of the board and Nancy's role, or the chief education officer's role. So some of these things, the expectation of, for example, just go back to the transitions. The expectation I would have is that I'm not going to call Rob and Ben, and I'm sure they don't want me to, and say, sort of, what's the coordination plan that we sort of get much better alignment and integration for these students? And the expectation would be that from an operational standpoint, that's the chief education officer's role to bring to the board if there's some sort of policy or budget implications, but that it's really not our role as the board, which is distinct and different from the chief education officer and the OEMD staff.
That's great. That's a good addition.
Okay. Why don't we just keep moving on? If you need to get a drink, take a break, just go ahead and self-select. We're just going to push through till lunch. So, Peter, you are on to talk about the achievement compacts. And again, I think some of the themes that we just talked about throughout the morning are going to percolate back up throughout the day. So, welcome, Peter.
Thank you very much. Jim Mulvihill, members of the OEIB, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with all of you about the achievement compacts and then some other items. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't address the conversation that just came up about the OEIB. With respect to the longitudinal database that I presented to all of you about in January, we would not have the standing as a state in order to govern, put together and govern a longitudinal data system unless we had the OEIB. And actually, in analyzing the issues that have come up in the beginning, that are coming up now, and that are rocks in the future, the biggest risk we have in terms of getting good data on outcomes is governance, is honestly being able to make sure that, and this is something that Ben and I were just talking about yesterday, if we don't have a way to make a decision, a lot of decisions don't get made, we don't get a longitudinal database, and we don't have data. And if you're wondering to yourselves, well, what the heck does it matter? There are some states that now, based on the data that they've been able to show about corrections, are stopping the buildings of prisons in exchange for the building of daycare and preschools. Because what they can show explicitly to their decision makers in the legislature or others, that the investments pay off and actually reduce the number of people that end up incarcerated. And it's that kind of information about policy that the state is at the brink of having. And honestly, without your leadership and the leadership that Nancy then would provide for that governance, it probably wouldn't have it or be majorly difficult. I think that both Rob and Ben would concur that governance is a critical feature. And also just as a public educator in the state, and I think it's good to reflect on something that Ben said, if we didn't have OEIB, all of these questions would be cropping up again soon after it wasn't there around transitional issues. So what you have before you, and we have it up on the screen, but you have it up in front of you also, and for members in the audience, you have it on the table over there, is a lengthy report about the achievement compacts and some very concrete recommendations from OEIB staff about how to move forward. And I just want to give a short introduction to how we got to where we are, and then dive into the recommendations in some detail, and then get some questions asked. Chair Mulvihill has actually said that this is an information item that would be an action item at the next meeting, although it's not listed that way on the agenda. Just kind of thinking in terms of agenda speak, this is a good way to get it refined so that we can actually pass it next meeting.
And we're looking at this as a first reading.
First reading, yeah, thank you. So just to review, the achievement compacts were, as all of you know, were part of the original inception of the OEIB, as was the longitudinal data system, by the way. It's in statute that we need to do that. And what's also in statute and administrative rule is this idea of achievement compacts. And I appreciate the comments that Commission Member Curtis made. Yvonne, thanks very much. I loved writing this document. It was a great way to reflect on the purpose of the OEIB in terms of governance. But when OEIB was started, there was this actually direct relationship and vision between the board and the agency and individual institutions. And the way it played out the first couple of years, as everyone knows, was rocky. And as you think about it, and as I've analyzed it, and David Edwards, my predecessor, analyzed this, and other members of the staff analyzed this, it was almost set up to fail from day one. And one of the reasons why we had this disconnect of the chief education officer telling districts that they were setting goals that were too low was because the original setup of it really didn't incent the kind of behavior that we wanted on the ground. And so this has been analyzed in some detail. David Edwards did a great set of interviews across the state with folks from all levels of the education system, transcribed lots and lots of this conversation, shared it with Whitney and Nancy, and at the very end of that with me, and we presented that to you in terms of his recommendations. We also then had a discussion, all of us together. We did an exercise about goal setting that you'll probably recall, where we talked about the difference between a 1-year goal and a 3-year goal. We talked about going to the moon. But the big idea there was that 1-year goals don't incent the same things that longer goals incent. And after that meeting with all of you, what I was charged to do is provide concrete recommendations. And in order to do that, we looked at the research, but we also engaged with other partners across the state, or professional organizations that represent teachers, school administrators, school board members, university staff, and also we've been on the road in some situations where appropriate, trying to preview these recommendations and see whether or not there's resonance. And I have to say there's been a lot of resonance with these recommendations, and although they're by no means perfect and I'm expecting to get some really good feedback on it, I feel like the sense is that these are going in the right direction. So first off, recommendation number 1 is to significantly reduce school district, community college, and public university reporting requirements, and make the Achievement Compact process more integrated, meaningful, and actionable. So 2 things there: reduce busy work, reduce some of the work that people are not taking as seriously maybe as they might otherwise take, but make it better so it is taken more seriously and makes a difference on the ground. And I can talk in some detail about this, but what you hear when you go across the state, and I know some of you have heard this already, and that's why it's reproduced in this report that probably could have been 12 pages long, but instead is about 30, is to just show you graphically the whole second half of this document is the extent and the scope of how much we ask people to fill in every year with every disaggregated group on every single Achievement Compact goal. It's pages and pages and pages. And the fact is, if you're part of an Achievement Compact committee and you start to get into a deep discussion about one of the metrics, what ends up happening is the drag to fill all this out supplants a good conversation about strategic work, so that you have to get back to the document and get the boxes filled out. So one way to fix that is to talk about goal setting in just a few areas, not every area. That doesn't mean that the Achievement Compact metrics aren't the right ones. They are. And we can talk in some detail, or I'd be happy to share in some detail how they're going to still inform the system. That's sort of number 3. But for an example, the attendance metric that we have on our Achievement Compacts is getting national attention. We've been asked to go to Washington and have a meeting right now that we were supposed to be presenting at about Healthy Kids, Healthy Schools initiatives. And the fact is that Oregon is one of the few states that called out attendance as being so critical and something to measure. There's nothing wrong with the 6th grade attendance metric or the 9th grade on track metric. They're terrific. Districts should be paying attention to it. We're doing some research with Trina Stoudemire in our office about best practices around increasing attendance. We should be focusing on that as a state. But the fact is there are so many goals in those metrics that you lose the thread of what's most important. And if you're at the school board or the community college board or the university and you've got so many things to be thinking about, none of them rise to the top. So we're saying 1 or 2 focus areas. And as a matter of fact, we're going to actually outline today exactly what those focus areas that are recommended by OEIB staff. Second thing is, how long should the goals be? We've landed on 3-year goals. We did a poll last time we talked a number of months ago. There was some disagreement on the board about the number. 3 was the arithmetic average of what people were saying. 3 makes a lot of sense to us as we've talked about it, but certainly that might be a further topic of discussion today. What I hear over and over from superintendents or presidents, vice presidents, other folks involved in this work, is that that's a term that you can really get your hands around. It's a way to set a target out there. Someone up around the board, I'm sorry to know who it was, talked about the Achievement Compacts originally were supposed to be something that galvanized the local community. I think it was wrong. let's get everybody involved in this goal. But if it changes every year, it's really difficult to do that. If it's out there for 3 years, it's much easier to build communication strategies and leverage that goal. So our recommendation is 3 years, and it also says a theory of action. And later on in the document, we've created 4 sample theories of action out there. But the fact is that if we are investing in particular goals, and that's the role of the investment board, and there's a handshake, as Hannah was saying before, it's a good idea to know when you make that handshake, well, what's your theory? If there's going to be an investment in 3rd grade reading, what's the theory in your district? And we need to be reading those and really critically examining them, whether the we is OEIB or the Oregon Department of Education. That allows us to provide some critical technical assistance, because I got to tell you, there are best practices and there are other practices. And we've got to follow the best ones. And often things that are called best practices, when you really unearth what's going on beneath them and critically examine them, they're not. And I think that's one lens that we can help bring to the process, whether it's not an equitable best practice, or it's not one that really can be accomplished with the amount of funding that's been designated to it, or if it's not something that's been enacted with fidelity. We've got to look at that. Third one is a timeline that fits with the school district or institutional processes. We hear about this a lot. For an example, the K through 12 achievement compacts are due October 1. The community college ones have just come in over the last couple of weeks. Neither of those days really lines up with the budgeting process. And when we examine why some of these timelines are set, a lot of them are based in this idea of, as a district, a school, or a university, we need the data in order to be able to set our goal. So we set our timeline around when data comes in from our state agencies. And that's all driven by the fact that we have a 1-year goal. And the October deadline for K through 12 is an example. Why is it October? Because some final numbers about the Oregon State Assessment Testing or Smarter in the Future doesn't really get to the districts in the final form until after summer. So how could you set a goal, a 1-year goal, unless you know how you did that year? Easing up and making it a 3-year goal allows that panic and that need to predict it correctly to kind of calm down a little bit and set a more far-reaching goal. And then the timeline needs to align with budget. Where do you budget? Where is the final budget enacted? When does it happen with the district? And does the Achievement Compact fit with that process? And it makes a lot of sense. And I just did a presentation about this down in Eugene to COSA and ODE, the Confederation of School Administrators and Oregon Department of Ed did a workshop together on assessment. And everybody in the room who's an assessment person and everybody in the room who's a superintendent have totally different ways of thinking about their work. The assessment people are looking at accountability and year-by-year stuff. The supes are looking at 3, 4, 5-year stuff. And it was a great conversation in the room to just have that interplay. And I think changing this timeline takes this Achievement Compact out of the role of the assessment office and into the role of leadership, which I think is where it needs to be. We think it's where it needs to be. And then finally, we need to look at how the Achievement Compact work can replace other district reporting. I know that Rob Saxton has already met with his leadership group, and they're looking at the reporting that already goes on from school districts. Our recommendation is that we, and we'll get to the higher ed in a second, because there's some stuff here on higher ed that may or may not be analogous then. But we would like to look at every way possible that these things can count twice. So if ODE has some requirements and they're also the same essentially as what we want in the Achievement Compact, let's connect them up, let's normalize them in some way so it's just done once. I think what that tells the system is this is important. Right now the system says you're asking for 2 things that are almost the same thing, but they're not quite, and they come in different times of the year, and how do they interact? And I think what we'll model by doing this is that we're paying a ton of attention to this stuff. So that's the first category. Second, I don't think it's best to stop, but I kind of feel like I'm on a roll, and number 3 connects with number 1, so we'll come back if that's okay. So the second one is to provide OEIB focus on an investment on these aligned efforts. So no surprise if you've been following a lot of the dialogue at the table, if you've looked at the scorecard, or following what's going on. But at the K-12 level, third grade reading is a focus area that we've been talking about quite a bit. And it's not a K-12 thing. I'm sorry, that really should be written K-12. It should be birth to 12, or age 3 to 12, or age 3, whatever it would be. It's a continuum. Third grade reading is not going to be reached without a combined effort. That's something we'll talk a great deal about after lunch. But our recommendation is that for that continuum up until 12th grade, that our focus area that we tell the system about and that we ask districts in this case to set, or hubs to set as goals, are third grade reading and high school completion. And those are the ones that we consider to be some of the ones that we know the most about in terms of moving the dial, and they're really, really critical to our effort towards 40-40-20. Obviously, high school completion leads into graduation, but also to post-secondary attendance and completion, so they're critical. For post-secondary, and here it might be that Ben wants to interrupt and provide more detail on this, because this is a evolving recommendation, I think, but currently at post-secondary, there are a lot of metrics that they're not a productivity metric. They're metrics about number of degrees, number of students in developmental ed, number of this, number of that, but they're not a numerator over a denominator. They're not a productivity metric. And that is, again, I believe, Ben, if this is correct, if it's not, just correct me, that in terms of the best practice out there, looking at disaggregated productivity among different historically underserved groups and their ability to get 2-year and 4-year degrees is something that's out there in the field across the nation, and something that you're looking at over at the HEC. Okay, I'm getting a nod. If you remember at our last meeting, we actually said we were going to ask the Higher Ed Coordinating Commission to work on their metrics, and that's what they've been doing. Finally, I just want to mention here that, can you not hear me? Okay. Okay, sorry, phone. The last one on here, I just want to call out that even though we're asking for focus and we're going to restrict districts to not, and community colleges and universities to not have to set 40 and 50 and 60 and 70 goals, just a few, we are not going to lose the thread of some of the systemic areas at OEIB which are affecting all of these. And we've called out equity, chronic absenteeism, and poverty. So again, it's not as if the OEIB is going to lose that. And it's quite possible 2 to 3 years from now, when we're hitting the bar on third grade reading and high school completion, that we're talking about different metrics. So I want to make sure that's there, and there might be some questions on it. Finally, what about our partners? So one big question is, well, how does the OEIB relate to the ODE? How does it relate to the Oregon Department of Ed? How does it relate to the Higher Ed Coordinating Commission? Well, a couple of months ago, Dr. Golden wrote a letter to those groups as well as early learning and said, we need an accountability framework that is made, or maybe you have most of it, as in the case of Oregon Department of Ed, or maybe you need to create more of it in the case of Higher Ed Coordinating Commission. And what was in that letter was, your accountability framework needs to attend to the Achievement Compact metrics. And so that work is moving forward in both realms, and we may have some questions about that. At the Oregon Department of Education, you'll see that that work not only is moving forward, but is also showing up as an investment recommendation that we'll talk about after lunch, because there's money associated with that work. At the Higher Ed Coordinating Commission, this is brand new, we are recommending and asking that the HEC establish institutional report cards. We've had that in K-12. It's probably a good for the goose, good for the gander type thing. It exists in other states, and it will allow some consistent ways to rate and evaluate individual institutions. And those institutional report cards should be based on Achievement Compact metrics. There might be others that are included in there, but we did a lot of thinking, and the HEC's done a lot of additional thinking about metrics. We're recommending that that be formalized into a report card. So I'll just conclude by saying we're really, really interested in your feedback and your thoughts on this. Again, just to say something that we said when we talked about the moon last time, and it really felt like a good meeting. The brilliance of this original idea was lost in some of the implementation. And instead of a baby with the bathwater approach, which we could have done, which is chuck the whole thing, our advice is that we retool it, rebrand it, and make it more meaningful for the stakeholders so that it can have an effect. And we are in a unique position at OEIB to see this from a statewide level and see the barriers and see the things that that local communities can really do around the achievement compact metrics to make a difference cross agency. So we definitely want to check it. So I'll just stop and actually have a lot of time for questions. The whole time. So I'm happy to go into a lot more detail. The report's pretty lengthy, and if there's individual questions, I can do that.
Comments? Yvonne, you're chomping at the bit.
I have comments, but not questions, so I'll wait if you want questions first.
Either way, go for it.
Okay. So I guess first I want to make sure that my colleagues on the board know that when I'm sharing these comments, it's not just because I want to rubber stamp what a colleague I worked really closely with and shared frustrations over barriers, that it's not about that it really is about how this works in the system. And having been a frustrated staff member at just about every level in the district, as we try to build an accountability model, I think that this report and the summary, after listening to so many stakeholder groups, really did highlight the barriers and the challenges. And I want to make just a couple of points. One is I concur with the idea of having less goals, and especially when you choose one, like I was thinking last night, it's brilliant to focus on the third grade reading because there's so much that rolls up into that. So it's not really just about this one measure. It's that one measure is a thing to keep us focused on. That's what we want to improve. And now as a district, we need to build, I love how you said the accountability framework. That's what we're trying to do inside our district. And all of a sudden, it just lined up in my head. That's what I'm trying to do inside my district is an accountability framework toward the third grade reading. And when I can focus there, right now, you're right, we've lost a lot of momentum in our achievement compact committees. All those stakeholders said, really, we don't even know what it is you're asking us to do. There's so many measures here. And we've completely lost the momentum. This would be a great opportunity to really refresh that, find out who really wants to be involved, because what they wanted to talk about was what are the best practices and how are we at the district level going to hold ourselves to fidelity to the best practices, because they're not best practices if you don't really do them right. Then they're just practices that end up being titled best practices and get a bad name for everybody because they don't really achieve anything. And this gives us an opportunity to really have the conversation focused around what are the practices that are going to get there, how will we hold ourselves accountable, what will we look like, and those are the things people who join that committee want to be talking about, especially our teachers on the committee. The second one is the timeline. Lining it up with our budget is absolutely critical, and because you can't ever line up the budget process with when we get the data all within 1 year. It's just impossible. We've been trying that for 20 years in the state. It doesn't work, but with a 3-year, we can gain some momentum and look forward, and we've been doing that in our district, sort of setting the achievement compact aside because it was so cumbersome with so many measures and said, we'll pick one. And we have done that alignment with our budget, and we're moving into the 3rd year of that. And it's been really exciting because I got a text from Rob's office from Sarah Pope saying, what are you doing? Because they're seeing that we finally are moving the measure on 3rd grade reading. It's really exciting because we can say what those practices are now. I also wanted to mention the two things. The idea of a report meeting multiple measures. What happens when the state and different departments or committees or whatever are asking us for data at the district level is that we get lost in the conversation about how to collect that data when it's being asked in 2 different ways for 2 different purposes and we don't understand the purpose. We get lost in the conversation of how we're going to collect the data instead of having a conversation about what is the point of looking at that data point? And what are we gonna do about moving it? By the time I try to get everybody there in the district, everybody's so frustrated with all the criteria of how to report that data, and they're arguing with one another because they've gotten information from different groups about how they're supposed to report that data. And they think they're supposed to align them, when they really aren't. It's not alignable. I don't know if that's a word, but that's how it feels. And then I guess just the last thing that is a hope, that as you build this accountability framework within the higher ed system, it would be really great to know how does that look in the K-12 system or the pre-K-12 system, because we have districts who are trying to do that all on our own, but wouldn't it be nice if we could see some alignment and see what that kind of framework looks like across the P20? So that's not so much a question, but a hope as we figure out those pieces that one process informs the other. Thank you.
Can I make one comment about the longitudinal data system? One thing we needed to do to justify that system is say, what are you going to do with it? And the longitudinal data system is built with the achievement compact metrics in mind. That's what our deliverable is for all of you, is that connection between the metrics, so that you actually see not only how third grade reading affects graduation rates, but how does third grade reading affect two-year college? And how does math achievement affect college? All those kinds of questions that are sort of disconnected is meant to be answered in that. So again, just an advertisement for that longitudinal database.
Dave?
Yeah, I really like the recommendations to streamline these two focuses, and I think the other things we're calling for currently, I mean, they shouldn't get lost. I mean, they lead to third grade reading and completion ultimately anyway. So I think instead of people getting caught up, as I said before, in just looking at metrics and numbers, I think this is going to be a lot better. I just want, if you could real quickly, Peter, just review what the current report card for schools, just some of the areas it covers and what it's used for as we're thinking about doing this in higher education.
I might want to defer to Deputy Superintendent Saxton. I don't know if I'd have to look up. I don't know if I have an encyclopedic. I know most of what's on the report card from being a principal, but I'm 2 years out, so. And I could start. I'm sorry, I mean to put you on the spot, but I know it's been improved and there's more on it. So
the things that are on the report card. Ooh, goodness.
A summary.
The report card provides a ranking by school, by percentages. So schools are assigned a ranking of 1 through 5. 5% of schools are identified as the lowest performing. The next 10, which we would call a priority school. The next lowest 10% are focus schools. And then it sort of works backward from the top. So 10% are a 5, 15% are a, no. Yeah, 15% are a 4, and then all the rest are a 3. So it kind of gives you an idea. I think that's accurate of what that is and what goes into making those determinations. At the elementary level, most specifically is around growth in reading and math. And so it is year-over-year growth, which is about 50% of the major, and the other part of the major is on percentage of students meeting or exceeding. I think that's correct. At the high school level, it's a combination of those things along with graduation rate. So I believe it's the 5-year completer rate that is calculated into that. And so it's a combination of those two things. And then there is a calculation that adds weight to students that have typically been underrepresented.
And is it the kind of thing you always have to have 5% of the schools, no matter how well they're doing, have to be at the bottom, another 15% have to be next to the bottom, no matter how well they're doing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I would like to avoid that with higher education. I think some of what, I know some of what
You just want to avoid the report card, don't you, Dave?
The federal Department of Education, I know, influenced that, and there's some proposals in higher ed, but I think if we're really looking at a system that ranks schools, according to how good they are, shouldn't just be in comparison to one to another, that you'll always have 5%, 15% in a certain category. I mean, if that's what the Federal Department of Education wants, they can do that. But I think if we're really coming out with a better system in Oregon, that's what we should be looking for.
And I should also say, if I could, that there are other data that are on those cards that I think are really important for community members to be able to look at. So there are things such as chronic non-attendance rates, which we've had conversations about. So for the very first time, we've been identifying the percentage of students that are absent 10% of the time or more. That's a new data point. We also have on there what teacher experience looks like, what the demographics of teachers look like at the various schools, which is a new piece of information, something that we haven't had previously.
Local feedback.
Course offerings are on there. We also have an opportunity for local principals and superintendents to write on the report card and provide some local context that we haven't had before. So there's a terrific amount of information, and I wish I came prepared with exactly what it was, because it actually is a really good document, and I think that we went through a long process with lots of community input in an effort to try to say what do people want to know that's on it, so that they can say something about their school or their districts, so that they know whether they can evaluate sort of an idea about whether it's high quality or how well it's performing. And then we also made sure that visually, as it's graphically represented, that it was very easy to understand, so that a person could look at it and know what it's saying without having to be a mathematician to look at the graph and figure out what concept we're trying to communicate.
If I could just add one more thing, that's probably something we should have on the agenda for the next meeting or so, is just a closer look at these. I know we've looked at them before, but now in the context that we're talking about how they relate to compacts, would be good to look at them again.
And I just want to put forward, I know there's other questions, but in no way are we implying by the fact that we use the word report card that there's necessarily anything similar necessarily with the ODE public school report card. Matter of fact, they're probably going to be really different. I mean, I can imagine the affordability question, and if you folks agree that might be something, if it was a public-facing document that you might want to have there. So it might be really, really different in structure and audience, but the notion is the same, that we want to have some institutional thread that has achievement compact metrics in it.
Cool.
Sure, I just have, so first of all, I appreciate a lot of the recommendations, and I'm really pleased that you all went and sought out the feedback from teachers and educators and parents. I have a couple of questions about how these recommendations would affect our ability to continue to encourage districts to do more parent and community engagement on achievement compacts. I think Dr. Henry articulated it really well, that we were disappointed. We had hoped that that would be a conversation starter and a way to engage families and communities, and the majority of cases that didn't occur, so that's one question I have. The other question I have is really how these changes structurally will affect sort of folks setting aspirational goals. I think we were, in many cases, very disappointed with some of the goals that districts set. We had districts who had very low attainment with some populations, and were setting like 2% goal increases, which, or 5% goal increases, and certainly we want to honor our tight loose concept, but I'm not sure how these recommendations, which I support and are good, will help us get to more aspirational goals. And then the third part is, structurally, OEIB has a set of larger, bigger vision goals, and I'm still trying to figure out how the mechanism of these local goals being set can feed into us achieving our larger goal, because there could be a significant disconnect if we're not quite thoughtful about that.
So I'll take the third one first. I think it's a great way to tie together this agenda item with the one that follows on the scorecard. And part of what we're going to do is review the scorecard, but I think part of what we'd like to do is to think about the scorecard. And if we were to move forward on recommendations to focus for OEIB, I think we want to make sure that we're aligning our scorecard to what we're asking institutions to do. It might be really profitable conversation for us to have about how that occurs. With respect to community engagement, so I'm really open to information. It doesn't appear anywhere in the recommendations because honestly, at least so far, I'm not sure how at the highest level we make that happen. I think one way we incent it to happen is the recommendations do ask for focus. Community engagement is the way for many of these aspirational goals to hit an aggressive target. It's like the only way. Everybody together, it takes a village, that kind of thinking. So I think that needs to be a consistent message from our board that needs to occur. But in terms of incenting it, making it happen, I think what you'll see a lot of the agencies doing in the investment recommendations that they're making this afternoon is they are going to the community with their hand out, for a handshake, or can we do this together? And so if our investments and the things that we fund show that our priorities are around that kind of community engagement, and those are exactly the same things that we're asking the school districts to prioritize and goal set, I think we can help encourage that. But the fact is, as many people have said, local school boards are in end up making a lot of decisions around this. And the extent to which local school boards engage their community differs from place to place, superintendent to superintendent, board
Peter,
to
could
board.
I just add something to that? I think we all look to Lindsay, but there is a process with achievement compacts where you're supposed to be, school staff are supposed to be meeting to really discuss it before a budget committee meeting. I'm not sure if there is community on there, but it would be, you could certainly suggest that they zigzag out to a community group to take input. We've talked a lot about input here. That's one way. Bring a community group together who reflects the students in the school district and get input that then informs that committee as they start setting goals. So I think we can look at that language and just see if there needs to be a change. That would be one way. I think the second thing why I really support 2 targets, and we're really talking birth to 3rd grade, reading proficiency, and high school completion so they can go on to post-secondary, is those do deal with our 2 key transitions, which is one of our major responsibilities. And if you focus, this gets at how do you set the goals idea. So if everybody's got that goal, all of a sudden we're going to see districts who are really beating the odds and doing well. And we can start, I visualize, a conference where the people who are really beating the odds are presenting to the other. We can start showing that, yes, you can set this high goal. And other people, once they see it's possible, will do it. I think the second thing is, and I think districts would really support this, is we do need to come up with a trajectory. So if we're talking about 2025, we could show we've got 10 years to get there. And this is what we would need to do next year, the next year. Now you might choose 1 year to set it higher, to be more aggressive at first, and if you really reach it. But in the end, we could ask them to really, we could provide them information and ask them how they're going to get to
That trajectory,
end goal.
that trajectory is something we've discussed for years. It's really critical. And by narrowing the goals down to just 2, we can more clearly define that with data.
Yeah.
And I think that's a disservice that we've done for the districts, is we haven't said, here is the trajectory percentage growth. And like Nancy said, it may be, it doesn't have to be a perfect line like NCLB was. But it could be within a range where, in 2015, if you're at 68% reading, you need a bump here. And we haven't been able to give them that. And that would be meaningful data. That would make the achievement compacts meaningful, that then gets into what we've talked about with best practices. I just want to add a couple things just to put in your mind, Peter. Last meeting I talked about 3rd grade reading being more than just measured by an assessment where results are going to go down next year, okay? So we know smarter balance, if we look at what the implementation, the pilots have been, the scores are going to go down. We also know that we're gaining a lot of traction on community engagement in other areas by this chronic absenteeism indicator. Could we put attendance in with 3rd grade reading? On 3rd grade on track? Does it have to just be reading based on one summative assessment? Just food for thought, okay? On how we measure that critical development in child's life.
Second thing is, third grade reading really, if you look at a student, the first 9 years of their life, it's all about third grade reading, prenatal to there. Do we want to consider a report card for early learning hubs? If we're going to look at ones for higher ed and early learning hubs, and it's, you know, where's the accountability on that? That's a heavy, heavy investment for us. Do we want an early, so Blue Mountain Early Learning Hub in my area, why shouldn't we have a report card tied to chronic attendance, tied to third grade literacy? I can't recommend enough going into our second reading that we narrow these goals down to these two predominant ones. They have meaning for people in the field. The achievement compacts have lost value because of the myriad of indicators. I was on the very ground roots and I thought, oh my God, this is going to be a train wreck because it's too many indicators along with a report card. So the idea of us narrowing down the two biggies, shared responsibility on each end has that same indicator / report card accountability aspect. We build it in with the department's work, with the HEC work, with the Early Learning Council work. That can be extremely powerful for us as a OEIB group to try to implement this 40-40-20. Okay.
Peter, what Mark just described also, I'd like to know what's in it for me, so to speak. What's the return on investment if all those goals are obtained? What's the savings to our community and what it does to our community, the whole broadcast of that. So it's just not, so the community can get it, what's in it for them to participate in this. I think it's important if we get.
And just on that point, so we've actually, one of our tasks, and it's something that Danny and I talked about a week ago, and that we should have done at the very beginning of September, is we're doing an analysis of return on investment in two particular areas. One is third grade reading, and the key point of analysis is how much is saved systemically when students read by third grade. And Dr. Golden's talked a number of times about the lack of success of the money that we spend in terms of remediation, but what's the true cost per kid for each one that hits the third grade benchmark? And similarly, what's the economic benefit of high school completion, 2-year and 4-year, either credential or degree, and then breaking that out even to some of the STEM fields? What are those returns? Because then you can get very, very concrete about it. And that's, again, that's what leads Washington State to build one fewer prison and build more daycares, is because they were able to show that ROI to enough of the people to make money decisions that it resonated. So we're going to do that in some limited areas, but that's a goal to continue to do that. And if you don't have the numbers, it's hard not to argue that you build a prison. It's hard to make that argument without the numbers. I do want to come back. I didn't answer one of Nicole's questions, was about aspirational goals. I just want folks to imagine you're in a district, there's a high stakes achievement compact sitting in front of you as a district. The year before, 25% of African American students hit the third grade benchmark, and you're being asked to predict for next year. And you're in a district with 8 African American students in it, and you already have the second grade reading scores for them, and it turns out that cohort is lower at that moment in time than the third grade cohort. And you're not the superintendent, you're not a principal, you're not a leader, you're not a teacher leader necessarily making the decision, you're someone who sits in the assessment office, you make a prediction. And that led some districts to actually predict lower achievement than the year that they're currently in. Because what they thought was, well, if we hit 24% this year, and our incoming second grade to third grade class is struggling more in reading, and our class sizes are higher, and we have one fewer school day, well, and this is high stakes, and somebody might call me up about that, because I'm not sure who the OEIB is and what they're going to do, I'm going to be safe. And that's the behavior that we saw across the state, except where districts honestly took this super not seriously and put 100% in each one. It was very, and Betsy Hammond is here from Oregonians. She has a ton of data that the ODE helped give to her about, well, how the district set goals. And it was kind of random. So I think it's disingenuous to set up a system that's impossible and then really discount districts' best efforts, universities' best efforts, and community colleges' best efforts to set a goal when this one-year process is just impossible. And if you set it too high, then what was going to happen if you didn't hit it? So someone asked me when we did this meeting Friday, okay, well, if it's a 3-year goal and we're going to set a high goal, is it going to be another situation where people don't pay attention? And I feel like the answer was very strong back, no. If the Oregon Education Investment Board and the state invests in a particular goal, and we prioritize it, and we work with our partners to prioritize it, and we give you the time that you need, and we look at your plan, and we give it a stamp, and you still don't make it, you're going to be hearing from somebody, because that isn't okay. 1 year not being able to hit it, yeah, I get that. 3-year goal, targeted investment, clarity around what we're looking for, then it's a whole different conversation around accountability. And the superintendent who asked him nodded his head, and I really got the sense that this person wanted accountability. But the 1-year one really didn't set up that conversation right. So
That's great. Julie, comment?
So I've got a couple comments. Just a clarifying question. There's no part of your recommendation that there's less reporting in a disaggregated way. It's that the goals are different. I mean, that there will be fewer goals.
fewer goals, but and I gave an example of what it might look like, but it's all the same.
I just want to make sure the reporting is still going to be disaggregated.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I have a couple of comments, and I'll start with a positive thing. I like the conversation around the trajectory model, getting to a roadmap so that the community can see how where we are now connects to the future that we want. I will say I just have a very different perspective that I would just bring to sort of the analysis, in that in your setup, you actually didn't mention parents as stakeholders in the process. And I know this board had a long discussion about including parents on the achievement compacts, and ultimately there wasn't a lot of parent input, and I think it's a huge miss. So I would encourage, instead of just, because I think parents are going to bring, they bring a student focus always, not that the other organizations don't, but you're going to get a clarity and feedback that's not going to be present sometimes in institutional focus, an institutional organization that's providing feedback. And I think the same thing I would say about the timeline. You discussed that this timeline works for the institutions, and I think we need to be focused on what works for supporting students. So it may or may not align with what students need, the timeline, but I would suggest that we shouldn't be focusing our timelines only on what is convenient or might work for our existing process. So maybe we need to change their timelines. But again, being more student focused in how we talk about the work. In terms of the 3-year goals, I get that there's a value to making long-term investments, adjustments, transition management. All that takes time. One of the things I would say, though, I would hate to lose the 1-year piece, because, and again, just speaking as a parent, the urgency of making changes. So over 3 years, you could have your student going from middle school and then they're in high school, just in the 3-year time period. So not allowing that to be an excuse for not having the same sense of urgency to the work. And I'd like to see a deadline for the HEC goals, because that's not, as I mentioned that they need them, but I'd like to know when that's going to happen. It would be useful, sorry, I'm just giving you just all my my feedback. In terms of the next time we get this presentation, an actual red line version of what the specific changes to the documents, to the process, to the instructions, so we can see exactly what it is, how the recommendations would play out. And again, so we can look at it through a filter of what each of us bring to this board. And I think the last thing, and this is going to be repetitive to my earlier comments, but I am going to have a hard time just accepting that the 5-year completion is a goal, because I think right now, giving a student a diploma can be a cruel joke if it's not a ticket to their next step. And if it's just a diploma and not that they're ready for college and a career, then it's not, to me, it's not the right goal, and I wouldn't even consider that aspirational. I would just consider it, the diploma has to have meaning, so I would want to have a further discussion as a board about that particular piece.
Can I follow up on a couple of things? And I meant to say this before. Thank you for those comments. And this is just, I'm curious, I guess, what is this sense of the board in terms of parent/community input in a formal way on the Achievement Compact process that did not make it into the final recommendations, not out of omission, but because, to be honest, I wasn't sure how that would be received. I'm not sure what the thinking is.
We took action on that, did we not? That we had, wasn't the action apparent on the advisory committee?
We asked for that.
Yeah.
And some districts attempted to do it and had local pushback from their local unions.
I think we need to check, I think there was suggestions that would get added, that we would alter the bill to get that added, and I'm not exactly sure. That's what I was trying to ask you, Lindsay. Did it or did it not? What?
We need to check on it.
Yeah, we need to check on that. I do want to say one of the good conversations about, I think, parent engagement and aspirational goals. And I hear that we might need to do something, but it goes back to what's the role of the chief education officer. I mean, a big part of my role is interacting and working with partners, and I'm thinking about one organization I have great admiration for and have worked with, and that's the Latino Network. Carmen Rubio, who runs it, they have done extraordinary work on getting parents to advocate for high standards for their kids and asking schools to be clear about how they're going to get there. So I think parents not only will engage us, they'll help us get to the aspirational goals. So there's one thing to look at the legislation, where are we on there? There's another thing to say in my role. You don't even have to direct me to do this because I'm going to do it. I have to work really hard with these organizations so that we have strong parent advocates, PTA, all of those great organizations.
I guess, Nancy, that I would just say is that in terms of the 5-year completion, that I would have a hard time in this role saying that that's a high goal if it's not a diploma that gives them the ticket to what this board is all about, which is technical school, community college, or a public institution. And
Are you thinking 4-year cohort?
well, that it's more than just a diploma. So if you currently get
They have the skills to
if
do
you currently have a diploma with a C average in your 4 subjects, you get a diploma. You then go to PCC and they have you take the test and you don't qualify to take.
Your math 65.
Yeah.
I
I was just looking at sort of the whole cut scores that PCC has for their tests on students getting in, or C average with a diploma from Grant High School is not going to get you into Western Oregon. It's not going to get you into the University of Oregon. I mean, our public institutions, and so I just don't view that as and I don't think we should have to have parents on an achievement compact or to be able to say that we have to set this standard higher.
Yeah. So, I think partly what we have to do here is take down what you say and go back and figure it out, because I hear you, I agree with you, that the idea is not just about graduating, it's graduating with the skills to go on, to make the transition, and not only to make it, but not only to get in, but to be successful. So, that would be one that we would have to go back, that would be one that might take a legislative change to get it implemented or whatever, it doesn't matter, but I like your redlining thing. So if we don't respond to all of these, the way the process really works, we get your input, we try to take as much as we can, and sometimes we can't take every little one, then we bring you back a proposal that you're gonna vote on. So we'll really work on that. But I need more information before I can say now exactly what that will look at like.
Can I make one comment on just that? As a former high school principal, what we were hoping when we did our portrait of what a graduate looked like at my school is that if you had the diploma, you were career and college ready. And I think that's the aspiration of the high schools across Oregon and of ODE is actually to have that diploma be indicative of that. And there's not enough time, but I think it'd be an incredibly powerful agenda item to look at why that's not necessarily true. And there's all kinds of reasons for it. There's individual circumstance for students. There's the standards by which the kid's diploma is actually granted. There's a lot to it. And then there's the other hand of that partnership with the community colleges and university. And I'm imagining Hilda behind me having all these thoughts about things that we could do. It's a really powerful question about how we address it. But there's nothing more powerful than graduation day when they walk across that stage and get that diploma. It means a lot to students. And then that bad news that they get on the back end I've seen firsthand, and I totally hear what you're saying. And it would be just a really rich discussion. It's a place OEIB has a role, I think a really concrete role, to have those things be connected, because that's what we aspire the diploma to mean. And maybe not get into U of O with a straight C average, but you're being able to take your next step in terms of being college ready.
And I might add too that maybe a step to that is all the work that's been going on with the developmental ed group. I mean, they've been working on this for 2 years. We've had the privilege of seeing it, the best practices, so that might be something to bring to the board. Hannah, you were next, then Sam.
So thank you. I think it's long overdue that we've done this work and really appreciate the depth at which you've dug in and the work that David did before you, I think will be helpful. We've said a lot of things about setting the trajectory. Well, you set a trajectory, but you have a plan of how you get there. I don't want to pull numbers out of anywhere. I want us to have a plan of how we get there, or else I don't think we should set the trajectory. We're just making it up and saying you're making it up. There's been a lot of work that has gone into the compacts, and the local unions worked with, in collaboration, really hard to make this work. And they shared their frustration about what was going on, and I'm glad they're finally being heard about what it is. But I think the process that we use and how we set the benchmarks, you always get input. You want to engage families, parents, and students are vital to us getting this right, and we need to use their input to build something. But if you own a business, if you're building windows or you're building sports shoes, you ask for input, but you don't have those individuals give the input. Stand there and create a plan of how you're going to build it. Use the professionals that have been trained in order to provide the path to get to the outcome that you want. So I think it's really important that we use the Achievement Compact committees correctly, and that we use all of that input to create what parents want and what students want, and how we make sure that they are coming out of our schools with the knowledge that they need to be successful. I think the other thing is we've talked about this, think about the power of the professional learning community in a school where you really have people working together to make things better for students. And I see the compacts, if we use them correctly, where districts are really getting together and using a professional learning community to look at their targets and what are they doing and how are they working together. So more superintendents working together, but also bringing together their teams about if Forrest Grove's moving the dial on third grade reading, then let's bring together some of those professionals who have implemented new things so that they're having those conversations and helping each other grow. But I think ultimately the recommendations that you've made, I would not support having a institutional report card for higher ed unless I know how it's going to really help students. So I'd want to see what does that look like and how does it really help our students succeed. I don't want to make it something again new without a plan of how it's going to be successful. But I think you've made a lot of great recommendations. I think it will be appreciated by the whole education community, and making these achievement compacts actually something that makes a difference in the lives of our students.
Thank you. Samuel?
Just 2 quick points. One is that, and we did have some conversation, and I don't remember the resolution on this, but when we talked about parents, we also talked about the communities. And communities are more than parents. Parents are very essential, but so are communities. And most of us in a variety of communities realize that when we don't graduate from high school with a diploma that can take you somewhere, that in the African American community, that's deadly. In the Latino community, that's deadly. In the Native American community, that's deadly. Amongst folks who come from limited income, poverty, that's deadly. And so our lifeblood is about both participating in these conversations and being privy to setting the kinds of goals that are going to take us places. And it's not an issue to the side. It's very much an issue in terms of what we're doing. So that was one point. The higher education point is a curious one in terms of setting what the goal or the achievement compact is going to do. But I would certainly hope that we are encouraging wide conversations about what is really essential and what's really important. I sit on a committee at Portland State, and one of the questions is, our motto is "Let knowledge serve the city." And one of the questions is, are we doing that? It's a slightly different mission than University of Oregon or Oregon State University. But that needs to be captured in the kinds of conversations that allow us to talk about what we own up to as a community. I think back to the work that Hilda did in her previous life as a dean, where she was very directly involved in increasing the participation of Latino students in higher education. That happened because of the kinds of conversations with community and the kinds of focus. It didn't, I mean, yes, Hilda's a powerful person and she waved a lot of flags, but it didn't happen because she said, okay, tomorrow we got a goal, we're gonna have more Latinos in our teacher education program, we're gonna have more, Latino supervisors. I mean, there are so many pieces that are passionate pieces of communities, and we need that involvement and we need that kind of interaction as a vital part of what we do. Otherwise, we're doomed to go out in the desert for 4 years.
Careful of those desert comments.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just
11 inches of rain. Dave and Lindsay, tie us up here.
I'll be quick, Mark. Just some things, because the concerns were raised about, the work of a high school diploma. Maybe we get a report in the future. I believe, Rob, the state board raised the standards, writing and math standards for high school diplomas. Maybe that's something we can look at in the future, how that's working out. And another thing is that I believe it was a report to this board and not the Higher Education Coordinating Commission about aligning standards better, at least with math and writing, with college entry and high school completion. And it involved calling for convening of faculty and administrators, both locally and then statewide throughout the state. Maybe that's something we should be talking about, funding that, because it was never followed up with funding, and it's definitely a concern about that. And I think we should add it to our list of strategic investments. So a previous report we had sometime in the last year.
Yeah, I think that's something, Hilda, we can talk about, the Math 95 conversation we've had. That'd be good.
We have a proposal.
Okay, great. Good. Lindsay.
So just a clarification on the question of parents that Dr. Henry was just talking about. So the board did take action in April of 2013 to amend the Oregon administrative rule around the compact. So there are basically two components to that. One is that districts have to ensure the engagement of a diverse group of parents in the process through the advisory committees. And secondly, they have to report back to the board and the chief education officer what that engagement strategy was through that process. So we can get you the exact language and the cite to the administrative rule, but that action has been taken by the board.
Thank you.
So what might be useful is actually how it got implemented, because as a parent of a public school system, if their definition of an engagement is we had a board meeting and at 11 o'clock at night in the middle of the summer we had a discussion about it, like wouldn't meet my standard of parents were engaged. So I think I would be looking at that skeptically of what that looks like, because just my experience talking to other parents is like not something they've been engaged in.
Cool.
Well, we started this conversation today talking about parents and communities' experiences, and as the mother of an incoming kindergartner going to a starting kindergarten this fall in North Portland, I think this is a really relevant topic for my family and our experience. And he's about to start school in a school that's 79% children of color. It has experienced some gentrification, so the poverty rates are changing. There's 100% faculty that are white for a population that is majority African American, Latino, immigrant and refugee, and Native American. And when we had the opportunity to meet with the faculty and the principal, they talked about one of the most important elements to their success is really parent engagement and really helping them build strategies to truly engage those children. And the teachers that we spoke to that day and the principal at that time really expressed deep concern that there were limitations and challenges in our particular district that wouldn't allow for parent engagement in that achievement compact development. And I just think that's a really important real-life example of what our particular district is experiencing, and how certainly being the mother of a Native American child, where we have a 33% graduation rate for Native Americans, we actually only have a 15% graduation rate for Native American boys. I certainly can appreciate the need for professionals to be part of that conversation, but I certainly think that that outcome is not acceptable for our children, and we need other voices and skills and expertise to help us get to a different outcome.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to that, because I think we cannot be successful as OEIB unless we can actually talk to parents and say, are you aware of this movement to improve the outcomes, the educational outcomes of public education here in Oregon? And I do ask that. I ask that of parents, I ask that of older students, and they do not know what we are doing. And that is a great concern to me. You know, the average person on the street, the average parent that has a child in school, the average businessman that is concerned about being future employers for employees for their business, when you ask, are you aware of this reform effort here in Oregon? And if you are, what should we be doing? The first answer is no. And secondly, they don't know how to become engaged. So I guess I'm describing a situation without a recommendation, but I think that we need to put considerable focus on this piece of this effort, because we won't be successful. Parents have to be engaged, they have to be committed. The community has to know what we're trying to do. The movement has to be interactive.
Yeah, sure. Great conversation, great work, Peter. It's so encouraging to see what you've done in such a short period of time, moving the dial, and we're looking forward to that. You're the only thing separating us from lunch.
Right.
So,
That way.
okay, so we'll go ahead. Let's take a look at our watches here. I have 12:15, so we're right on pace. How about if we take a 15, it's supposed to be a working lunch, but why don't you take 15, 20 minutes? And the lunch, Seth, is right out this door and to the left, right? That's where he pointed me to. So that the lunch is for the board members. So why don't we take 15, 20, and then come back. We're starting out. So we'll reconvene after our lunch break. Peter, can we start with you? Are you close enough? Next item is going to be the scorecard. So if everybody could grab a seat and we'll roll. Okay. Thanks for the lunch arrangements there, Seth, as always, coordinating for us. We appreciate it. Good conversation this morning. One of the things that we alluded to was the scorecard and how are we doing and monitoring those transitions. And we kept saying, well, we'll talk about that after lunch. Well, it's after lunch. So, Peter, you are on.
Thank you very much, Chairman Wolfenholm, members of the board, Peter Tromba, OEIB. Inside your binder, you've got a copy of this quarter's version of the scorecard. And what I'd like to do is to highlight a couple of elements to the scorecard, and then, similar to the last session, get some feedback and questions. Some of the questions might be appropriate for other members of staff to answer because they address areas of strategies that I'm not as familiar with as others. So maybe a group effort in terms of answers. So first of all, just again to reorient you to this is our quarterly report to the OEIB. And there's really two elements when you look at the scorecard. You've got the goal and a graph with data. And in some cases there's no data, and you may have some questions about where we are with respect to some of these data points. And then underneath the goal and the data, we have strategies. And that's the same format that we've used the last couple of times. I want to note two things about this, or three things about this before I get to some specifics. First off, the data that's presented in this scorecard is identical to the data from the last scorecard. And the reason is because we do not have the unembargoed, publicly shareable data on test scores and the like from Oregon Department of Education yet, so they can't go into a public document. That would mean that our next iteration of this, you would see some different numbers on here that relate to the 2014 data, but right now we're still looking at 2013 data, and so these graphs are identical to what you saw before. However, with respect to the data, there's two differences on the sheet. Last time, you got an 11 by 17 piece of paper with a handout inside, and the handout inside depicted in a table the achievement gap in a particular way for third grade reading proficiency and 5-year cohort graduation. And the way we depicted the achievement gap was for each of the identified groups in the opportunity gap, for each of the identified groups, how many percentage points are they below white students? So it's not below, the average of all kids is below white students. And the comment that we got back from numbers of the members of the committee was, why isn't that data front and center actually on the scorecard? And the way that we've done it, I've already heard feedback, probably could have done better, so I'm going to apologize in advance. It's a learning process. What we've done, if you direct your attention to page 2, increased third grade reading proficiency, we have the graph, and then next to it we have the gap. And this is just something from accountant spreadsheet world. If you put parentheses around something, it means a negative. So that means that Native Hawaiian students are 18 percentage points below white students. Black students, 24% behind white students. So one thing is, why parentheses? And the answer was our desktop publishing wizard thought it would actually look better and it wouldn't look like it was just a dash to have the parentheses. However, I've heard feedback that, well, I didn't know parentheses meant negative, so maybe we need a legend or something clear to show what that means. Second, I've heard a couple of people say, why are you using terms like black, Hispanic, and things like that? Aren't there other terms that are more appropriate? These are the official terms that are used in terms of the report out from Oregon Department of Education. I'm open to having different ways to designate different groups, but this, for consistency's sake, in terms of what's on the state report cards, what's reported from ODE, these are the exact terms that are used. I believe they're federal, and Rob Stein, I guess, has, so that's why they are the way they are. So they're in parentheses because of a perception that that's easier to see and understand, and the terms are what the terms are because they're federal designations. We've done that with third grade reading and with the 5-year cohort graduation rate. And then one other thing I'll say about what's changed in this is then in each of the strategies, those are up to date. So each of the members of Dr. Golden's staff, including Dr. Golden, have gone through and on each of these strategies indicated what work has gone on in the previous quarter and what is our status. And one thing I was asked to do when we talked to Dr. Mulvihill just in the beginning, what would be the right way to process this, is I just want to pull out a couple of things that are notable, just to draw your attention to them, and then we'll be open to questions. So one thing I want to point out is, and there was a comment earlier in the meeting about social capital, which the research on social capital in that particular area of study is really interesting. Sometimes you think you know what a term means until you Google it and you look it up and you find out there's a particular school of thought around it. And that's true of things like social capital. So there's a whole body of work about social capital and collective impact, maybe sort of a cousin of social capital or a second cousin of it. And when you think it's an interesting thing to call out, where are we doing that kind of work? STEM hubs, early learning hubs, regional achievement collaboratives, all three of which are in here, are examples of activities that are stimulated by the work of the OEIB and our partner agencies to drive up local social capital, to work on the issues and the problems and the opportunities in a local fashion. And so you'll see that come out in the report card. Under the 8th grade math proficiency goal, that's associated with STEM hubs. So that's work that's going on. If you haven't had the opportunity to go to one of these STEM meetings that Mark Lewis is convening and others, they're really, really best practice. You see industry people next to students, next to teachers, all working together to look at community solutions to improving our workforce outcomes, especially in STEM. A similar area where that's true is with page 3, implement post-secondary aspirations investments. We have the Eastern Promise, again, a social, social capital, a collaborative effort that's going on. And one thing that's been forwarded by the OEIB is we've supported local work that turned out to be excellent work, and then we've used dollars to replicate that. So it's kind of a breeding ground or a incubating area to get something to grow up to the point where it then could go across the state. And as you all remember, on the Big Check Day, we handed out the big checks for those replication grants. And I also want to note on here, because it's a great opportunity, I'm looking forward to it this Thursday and Friday, is there is a summit planned in Bend to get together regional achievement collaboratives to share. There's a variety of activities that are going to occur there, but part of it does have to share best practices, part of it sharing from our staff and others about ways that they can make their collaboratives better and more effective. And I guess the last thing I'll call out is the increasing the 5-year cohort graduation rate. Because this is something I meant to say before lunch, and I think it's something to pull out that's really critical. The OEIB, with Dr. Golden as the chair, and with Hilda Roselli, Dr. Roselli as the key staff person, have been staffing the Accelerated Learning Committee all this year. And as a result of that Accelerated Learning Committee work, there's going to be a legislative concept introduced that's particularly designed to get students to achieve more college credits while they're in high school. I think that speaks directly to what Julia Burnett-Words was saying about the meaning of a high school diploma. But it also is, maybe it's counterintuitive, so I think it's really important to say that when we get students to achieve college level attainment in high school, it not only drives up community college and university completion, it drives up high school completion. Because when kids know that the work that they're doing is leading to a next step, it makes the work that they're doing in the here and now that much more important. So this is a strategy that's leading to a very concrete legislative concept. Tomorrow, a lot of that's going to be presented up in Portland. It's really, really exciting work, and it does represent an opportunity to cross a barrier between K-12 and our higher education partners in terms of a shared goal with regard to students earning college credit in high school. So there's a lot in this document. It's chock full of a lot of work. And I didn't want to just kind of go through it point by point. I wanted to have an opportunity for questions. So
Just a quick question. When will we have the data to support that increasing the taking of courses in high school actually leads to higher graduation rates?
do you have an answer to that?
Yes, actually, I would refer you to the two research reports that were very specific to Oregon that were conducted by the Oregon University system that actually looked at the impact of taking dual credit courses while in high school on graduation rates, on matriculation into post-secondary, on GPA and retention. And then we've worked closely with the Education Commission for the states, which has been looking at and analyzing and doing meta-analyses of research studies across the nation that are looking at this. And there's some fascinating work, particularly some of it's coming out of the accelerated learning early college models that are showing the impact of giving students this opportunity to experience college credit and rigor of college coursework before graduating from high school, and how that's impacting particularly students of color and their achievements. And I'd be very happy to forward, the whole report is on the Accelerated Learning Committee website, which is part of the OEIB website. But if you'd like that sent separately, I'd be glad to do that.
I'd appreciate that. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, because we're talking about it, and we need to, I'm sure you have it, but we need to be able to cite the kind of data that says that when I go back to the communities that I originate from and say this, we have some data that shows that if your kids are taking this, they're going to be able to get it. Now, there's still that gap of those that aren't taking that, but one thing at a time.
I'll forward that.
Thank you.
to the board.
Peter, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm looking at the third grade reading, and 2012 baseline was at 72%. Were the cut scores changed next year? Or do those reflect consistent cut scores?
They do.
But will it change next year?
No.
It won't?
Well, the next.
Because we're doing smarter balance,
Well,
right?
the cut scores.
20, right, it's a great question, and something that we're wrestling. I've watched Oregon Department of Ed employees kind of work with school districts on how to think about this. And I'm going to say what I believe is true, and Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, because we're going to do some math here. But first of all, the next report card you see will be based on Oaks. It'll be exactly the same test, total apples to apples. Next year, as we use smarter balance, then the year following. And if you can follow me for a second, the first year, the way we were going to work this is, we're going to look at the scores for smarter balance, and we're looking at the scores of Oaks, and we're going to equilibrate based on work and experience for this year's pilot, I don't know if it's this year, and next year's data, how those scores compare. So what one score to another. But I met with a whole bunch of assessment people on this, but it's a really interesting pushback. If you are in a district that happens to have done a great job of preparing for Common Core, you are going to do differentially better in your district scoring than maybe a district that didn't do as well to prepare for Common Core.
When the smarter balance assessment.
Smart balance, sorry, I said Common Core, smart balance.
Okay.
So although as a state average, the things are going to average out, there's going to be possibly some winners and losers among districts depending on their readiness for the actual teaching to the standard and the readiness to actually take the test. And I think we're going to learn a lot, when the pilot is analyzed, but also after next year. But suffice to say, next year, the data from this year that you'll see next meeting will be apples to apples. And then after that, this presentation will probably need to be a little bit longer and a graph and to show what we're doing. When districts are trying to pick what their achievement compact goals are, we're asking them to pick as if they were doing Oaks, and just to trust that we're going to be doing that equilibration. Because they have all those questions, how do we set our goals?
Thank you.
Yep. Any input on the equity portion, achievement gap or opportunity gap portion of the scorecard? Nicole, I was expecting a hand up, so.
Yeah, I'm a little comfortable with the on track to implement the equity lens. I mean, I think there's like one random thing that's being measured, which is including the equity conversation as part of investments, which is good. We started that, but that's one of maybe 50 things we should be doing to implement the equity lens, and I think we are not on track in that area. So I think as the chair of the equity committee, we have a heck of a long way to go to implement the equity lens into all of our work. I'm not saying we haven't made good progress, but I don't feel on track.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, and actually, and maybe it's hard to read, but the implement equity lens is not on track in the scorecard. It is strategy attainable, and I couldn't agree more with your comments about it. I wish we were on track, but we're saying strategy attainable.
Okay.
I think there was one worse designation. I think we're making baby steps.
Okay, that's helpful.
So strategy attainment, attainable is different than target attainable.
Well, there's on track, and then there's strategy attainable. And I might defer to Whitney Grubbs, who now has joined us, to maybe if there's anything to comment there about language. I think we're trying to assess where we're at and use language. We are working on it. How do you describe something where we're putting a lot of work and thought into it, but getting a little traction or just starting to break through? It's not on track, but it's...
Okay, that's actually really helpful because
Okay.
I was perceiving target attainable as like a higher ranking than what you just articulated.
Got it. Do you agree with that, Whitney?
I do, and there's a little key on the last page, page 4. And the green is on track. That would be the best. That would be us thinking that we're really moving. The yellow is either target attainable or strategy attainable, depending on what it's referring to, and that's kind of a yellow if you were using a stoplight sort of analogy. And then attention needed, which is the purple, which is the sort of most
So I would just say, based on the numbers you've included in the gap and the fact that we have made negative progress with students of color in the last couple of years, I might put that as attention needed as opposed to. I mean, the reason we have the equity lens is to have different, better outcomes, and we're not getting them yet.
I think it is rated that way. I'm not sure if I'm looking at something different, and this will be an opportunity to point out, and Peter will be open to hearing from people about ways to make this easier to read. But there will be in blue a goal which is related to the data. So for example, under the equity outcomes, you'll see a goal of decreased achievement gaps in all metrics. And if you move straight across, it'll say attention needed, which is the red flashing light, the worst rating that we could assign. Below it are the strategies that the OEIB and the agencies it works with are implementing in order to try to improve that. That's where you'll see strategy 1, implement equity lens. And we've assigned that a kind of yellow middle level, strategy attainable with more effort. And then below that is the investments related to closing the achievement gap. How are we doing on implementing that package of strategic investments that was approved by the legislature today, helping us close the gap? We are on track in implementing the investments. Your question might be whether the investments are leading to the desired result, and I think that's definitely a question that
I mean, I still wouldn't agree with these ratings. I would put attention needed on both strategy and strategy 2, from my perspective.
Okay. Other comments?
So I have a question.
Julie?
So, I mentioned the college course credits and the data. How come, and maybe I'm missing it, but how come that's not in here? as one of the key measures.
The data for that, or the number of college credits earned in high school?
Where is that on the scorecard? If that's a key determinant and there's lots of research behind it.
This is the strategic plan.
Well, that's a good question. It's, and I'm not sure, I'll take a stab at it. Actually, why don't you take it?
I'll take a stab
Okay,
at it.
thank
Peter,
you.
you've been on the hot seat all day.
All right.
So that is actually just an error, Julia, and you asked about it at the last time we presented the scorecard. We had taken it off of the scorecard, and you had asked for us to put it back on, and in the transition between me and Peter, we just missed putting it back onto the scorecard.
Well, I didn't ask the question because I remembered that I asked
Oh,
that.
you
But
did.
I'm going to be a
I
broken
remember
record
that
about
you
this.
I do want to note that right now, we don't have any baseline data for that from districts because it's actually, and we changed it this year, how we calculate it. It's going to be way easier for districts to do it, but the data that we would have, districts had to chase down if a student passed an advanced placement test, did they get credit? Or if they did an international baccalaureate, did they get credit? And it was very, very labor intensive, and in many cases, districts just couldn't provide it. So we've actually changed that to say 3 college level courses, and we're collecting that data this year, and we'll have it. So we'll make sure to get it on the scorecard, but at least we'll have data now.
So I'm curious about why that's difficult because...
I'll give you a concrete example, just look through it. It's a nightmare. Because, talk about needing a longitudinal database. You've got kids taking credits from multiple institutions, you've got AP, you've got their scores on an AP that vary on what the colleges will accept. And you're looking at every individual kid, and it's basically asking them for the information or pulling it from one community college or pulling it from one university, making spreadsheets. It's not readily accessible.
Yeah, I guess I think that would be an interesting conversation to have because sometimes the difficult data is the best. So for example, are students ready to take it? So, I mean, I think high schools usually have a strategy. It could be AP, IB, or dual credit. So you usually have a concentration of students if there's a particular strategy they're pursuing. But I guess just enrolling in a class is a key indicator. But I would think that we'd also want to know whether they got the score because that is ultimately, so having just had 2 kids going to college, is what the score is that is accepted by a public university system or a private university is what's going to make a difference of whether that they actually are getting college credit. So if one of our strategies is to make college more affordable because they can take AP and IB classes or dual credit, then we should be making sure that they're getting credit and using some standard of a public university as a standard. They would get credit at, say, OU in an OUS school. But to me, those would be useful.
Yeah, we just did this for the Eastern Promise for our 3rd year, and we found out we generated 29,000 credits for the region, but it was very laborious to get that information. I mean, you can do it, but it bodes, to me, it just bodes the need on this SSID number issue, starting in the early learning component on through, so that you can track kids and pull kids and get that information right off the bat. And otherwise, it's hours of staff time to sort, and I agree with you that it's relevant.
I guess maybe
It's just where we are right now. To try to do that statewide, that's not as easy as pumping out the 3rd grade reading scores.
Yeah, well, I guess we've been talking about the longitudinal data system now for 2 years. It would be great to have that data so we can actually make informed investments.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 folks really interested in that sitting to my left. I do want to note the College Board and an International Baccalaureate don't report student test scores to the schools. It goes to the kid, period. So you actually have to chase that down with the student.
Right.
Not impossible, but there's a reason that this year it's coded by the course code that is taken at the school, and you can roll it right up in your student information system. So, but I do agree it's a great indicator. The tool will fix that.
And it gets right into the whole retention issue later on as you're tracking them and their success rates as they leave and go into higher ed. You know, that even that is inconsistent getting that data.
Yeah.
You're never completely confident with your numbers because you're missing kids, missing situations.
Yeah. Any other questions on the scorecard?
I'm really interested in the numbers on the third grade reading proficiency. And so I asked at one of our other meetings, subcommittee meetings, around what are the strategies, what are some of those things that are being implemented out in the field in order to improve that particular matrix. And I'm interested to know if you have any of that, how we would get that information to know if this is a priority in the districts and they've set that as one of the areas that they are really focused on. What are they investing in?
I actually don't know the answer to that. I do know in discussions with Deputy Superintendent Saxton, the whole idea of moving forward with an investment, it's to improve the practices in districts to achieve that goal. I do know, just anecdotally, districts in my local area and schools that have done a really good job, but I don't know that, maybe Dr. Gould knows, but I just don't know, I don't mean to put it off on anybody else, what we know about the schools that are, particular schools that are doing the best. Is that what you're asking? Is where
Yeah, I asked because we have a strategic investment, I think, coming forward in the department around third grade reading. And I really want to understand if that is in line with what the educators and the administrators have agreed are those kind of leverage points of where they're going to get the improvement that they want to see with the students that they work with. Because it's not, every community is different, and going back to the local control, I want to make sure that we keep that in place. So for me to look at some of the strategic investments, I still need to better understand what do they want in Vail. It could be very different than what they need in Beaverton, and I want to make sure that we don't go down the road of saying, do this and you'll get the answers. Because we've heard that doesn't work. I don't want to try to do something against us students.
So I think this really speaks to the work of the OEIB, because now that we've completed our small staff, have the positions filled, we do have a research to policy group. So I can see what happens if we all target third grade on the Achievement Compact, or we just get the data from the state. We have the ability to go into the schools who are beating the odds, the schools who aren't, and to really look at the schools who are really beating the odds and really be able to capture what they're doing. We can also certainly do a review of the literature about what the literature says, but then we can also localize it and say in small districts that are really achieving, this is what we're seeing, or in mid-sized districts, this is what we're seeing. So that is one of the functions of the OEIB, is to not only put the targets, but then figure out the people being successful, what are they doing, and then really think about what we learn and certainly let other people know about it. But you could also make it a policy decision on it if you wanted to. So that will be up and coming.
I think one thing, I forgot to say this in the beginning, that Nancy suggested I say, and I completely forgot, is we would like this scorecard to be something that you hold on to through the next agenda item. Because we're about to talk about investment recommendations, and we want you to have that data right in front of you so you can be looking at it and asking exactly the question that you just asked Hannah. Well, what about this investment and these critical areas, and then to use that as part of your analysis. Now, I hear that your analysis had to do more with local control, one size fits all, those kind of questions. So maybe it's not exactly apropos to this, but I think for the rest of it, have this with you as you look at the recommendations and see whether there's alignment or lack of alignment. And with respect to your specific question, I just don't know the answer. I don't know.
Okay, why don't we use that?
How the investment is going to be, to what degree localities are going to step back, how much of it is going to be fidelity to best practice. entirely, I don't know.
Okay, why don't we use that as a segue, because
Okay.
we're a little bit behind. Our next agenda items is outcomes, investments, and this is really a pretty major agenda item, if not the today. We're going to have several presentations. We have everything from STEM to early learning to our hubs, our major strategic investments. So if you can, as Peter recommended, keep the scorecard maybe on the left as we go through these presentations for the outcomes and investment group. So, Nancy?
I'm just going to introduce it, and it will really be digging down in groups around all these investments, so we dig deeper and get good questions. But, the first thing I want to say is that really what this is all about, and I've heard different people say it today, is how do we budget a plan, not plan a budget? So when we're thinking about legislative concepts, again, the concepts that are going to move the dial on the Achievement Compact or increase the outcomes on the Achievement Compact, what are our concepts based on the research we've done, the input we got, and not only what are the concepts, given that there's more than we could ever possibly implement or fund, which are the ones that we believe will build the biggest capacity and move kids more successfully, and which are the ones that we're going to particularly focus on for our kids in the opportunity gap. And so I think today is partly just about people looking at this just from your comments and what you put together, because we're going to have you use a form, starting to get a leaning about which ones seem to really be the ones people think can make the biggest impact on the Achievement Compacts. So I just wanted to say that where we were before this process. So what happened is that before this process, many groups provided us advice. We've been out, we've heard from different groups, and we've had these subcommittees doing what I would consider extraordinary work on going deeply around why I'm seeing you shake your head about best practices because you've been on it, and I know how deep their work has been. So out of that are coming some key concepts with some strategies out of those. And then in addition to the subcommittee work and the field, we also spend time talking to our agencies. So, and I want you to know they really worked across agencies. So sometimes as we're thinking about universities, we can't forget the workforce, and we can't forget about the workforce agency that works on that sort of stuff. So we've gotten a lot of input. We've also gotten input from groups like the Reading Equity Subcommittee that helped us form our recommendation around reading, people from the Reading Campaign. We also know our governor is working on a 10-year plan about what does he believe will make a difference. We work together on that. We zigzag back and forth about those. Then, when the group came together, and this was originally the Outcome and Investment Group, what we did was we started presenting these concepts, and we did it with two things. Based on what we believe the best practices were from the deep work of the committees, and also looking at through an equity lens. After that, we gave a more detailed template to each of these groups, bringing back proposals that also not only looked at those things, but also said, what stakeholders have you talked to? Because you remember part of the conversation at the Outcome and Investment Group was how do we get input from other people? So each group, because if I'm a higher ed group, I'm probably going to want to talk to higher ed people more than I'm going to want to talk to kindergarten parents. It doesn't mean you don't want to talk to them. So each group had stakeholder groups that were more relevant, and we asked them to go out and to get input along the way. And that is all in the templates, which you have a big binder here. I stuck mine in here, and some of you, that looks like this. This is all the templates, all the proposals. I see Ron shaking because you're on the outcome and investment. He's got this, he's got a notebook. But we want to be transparent about all the work that we've done. The next thing we did, this whole process is new, but the next thing we did, saying we're really committed to the equity lens, let's have a special meeting where we bring together the Outcome and Investment Group and the Equity Lens Group Staff did an analysis of each proposal, and in the analysis, they evaluated it against how do we think this measures up to the equity lens. That data was shared, and a conversation began about certain of these concepts. Now, we didn't get through all of them, and that's something we're still trying to figure out. What are we going to do, because we didn't get through all of them. So we don't have a total solution today. We might need to have another meeting. We do have a 5-hour meeting on August 21st. But we do know that we also want to look at all these proposals through the equity lens. I think we learned a lot the first time we did that, and I think we also, our reflection is there's ways to improve that next time. Once the concepts are vetted, improved, fine-tuned, and I mean by this group and other groups, then you really look at, based on all of these, which ones do we think create the greatest capacity, create the greatest leverage along this pathway on both ends of the pathway, so not just one end of the pathway, and particularly through the key transition points that we've really talked about. After that, we're gonna start getting leanings about which ones really seem to be able to create the greatest capacity and close that achievement gap. And then we do intend to go out and talk to our partners again. We've been talking to them along the way, and by partners, I'm talking about like Coalition of Communities of Color. I went and talked to them, but it was months ago. When we have more specific proposals, we want to go back out to our partners, Oregon School Board Association, Confederation of Oregon School Administrators, PTA, the Reading Equity Group. We could go on and on. Culturally specific organizations, particularly those that are getting sensational results like NAIA, SEI, and we want to get more input. So it's going to be this process where they just keep getting stronger and we keep zigzagging back and forth. So with that, that's just kind of a process. Peter was going to share the matrix we used with the Equity Committee. He was also going to go back and show you a document we gave you months ago that shows the process we're following, and then he was going to describe what we're going to do today, and we're going to get into it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Golden. So honestly, just to be totally transparent about this, we were hoping that by this meeting we would be farther along in the process than we are today. And I think the quality and the length and the comprehensiveness of some of the proposals that we've gotten, it's been a great result, but it actually is going to slow down how long it took for us to hear and digest all of them. So it's a good problem, but it made us sit today at this planning meeting really trying to think, what is the best way to use your time? To keep to the notion that the Outcomes and Investments Subcommittee has a scope of work. They need to receive, digest, analyze, and then finally recommend to you in September what they figured out based on these investment recommendations. So the purpose of today is not to do outcome investments work. And what we decided as we analyzed, this was Whitney, I, and Lindsay, it's really the work of all of us, and then with Nancy, what would be useful for the Outcomes and Investments Subcommittee to get from you? Your best thinking. What do we need your best thinking on? And what we realized, it's really come up over and over and over today, is what we need your best thinking on is how these proposals hang together versus looking at them individually. There's 30 of them. We've started to look at all 30 of them individually, and we'll continue. It's very fertile work, it's great. But the key thing is going to be, what's the story? What's the theory about how 3 or 4 or 5 or 7 of these hook together as being a coordinated ask with a coordinated outcome? And that's what we're supposed to be doing, right? Is looking across the P-20 continuum. So where we landed was that we took the 30 different investments and grouped them logically into 4 groups. One group is birth to 3rd grade reading. One group is the pathway through high school to post-secondary. One group is workforce, which includes STEM and CTE. And one group are support systems for the system as a whole. And what we've got for you, I'm going to go over this in some detail in just a second to tell you what we've got. We've got you in groups, and in your group you'll have somebody from Outcomes and Investments, somebody from Best Practices, and somebody from the Equity and Partnership Subcommittee, as well as a couple staff members to help you. And we've assigned you 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of these different concepts that we group together. And we've got a simple little one-pager for you as a group to work on. And what we're asking you to do is to look at these. And you may or may not have read them, so we have summaries. There's going to be someone at your table who really understands it super well, because you'll have a staff member who knows every one of these. And we want you to look at the group in their totality and answer questions like, where is their alignment among these? Where is their lack of alignment? Are there any of these concepts that are so critical they could never be pulled out, or else the whole thing would fall apart? And then finally, we're asking you to write a concise summary encapsulating the story of how these go together. And we've specifically asked you, how do these concepts move the dial? What metrics are used? What's the timeline? And who is served? And our exit outcome from today is that this information is going to go back to Outcomes and Investments on August the 21st. And we're going to take a look at that, because from the very first day we discussed this, and I remember it was Duncan Wise who kind of waved his arms and described it, is we wanted to be able to have an opportunity to look at all these together, not just individually. So you're the kickoff to the dream of that work taking place. So in a minute, I'm going to let you know who you're working with and where you're sitting. But before you start to move and we do the handouts, I want to see if there's any clarifying questions or stuff that I've missed from any other member of the staff or the board about why are we doing this and kind of what the expected outcome is for this work. Yes?
I don't have a question, just a quick comment.
Okay.
I wish we had a poet or a theoretical physicist, because they're accustomed to weaving things together in some ways that I confess I am not. But hopefully, with our staff assistance, we'll approach this from a holistic viewpoint.
Okay, we might have some closet poets on the board. I'm not sure that we hear that or not.
Poets will never admit it.
Right.
Boy, it takes a higher ed guy to talk about that tapestry.
The other thing I want to note before we break you up, breaking up is hard to do, is, sorry, I had lunch. You folks have a multi-page matrix of all of the different investments. Your individual subgroup only needs to consider the set of investments that has to do with your theme.
Where do we have that?
I'm about to hand it to you.
Oh, okay.
But you're going to see like a 9 or 10 pager, Ron, and I wanted to make sure you knew you only had to do the couple that were yours.
So how are we as a larger group going to review and synthesize all the individual groups? So
Thank you. One is we're going to collect at least one recorder from each group, the sheet, but we also have time built on the agenda for a share out and for a whole group discussion of the 4 big themes that we've pulled out. So and you're going to have a staff member at each of the little groups who's also going to be taking notes. So we're going to try to use multiple methods to capture that. And the nice thing is there's an Outcomes and Investments subcommittee member on each group, and they'll be present on August 21st to be yet another person to give that input. And I know the one thing I forgot I was going to say was, and it really helped out our staff on what do you mean by alignment? So let me give you one example. We have a presentation from the Oregon Department of Education for a K-3 reading initiative designed to close the achievement gap and get kids up to reading proficiency by 3rd grade. We simultaneously have a Early Learning Hub proposal from Early Learning Commission that also relates to kindergarten preparedness. And it's what everybody has said today, or a lot of you have said today, that's really one thing, that's not 2 things. So that's an example of 2 that should line up. If you look at what Nancy, Rob, ODD, and OEIB did on the reading one, there was extensive community engagement with a very particular focus on bringing communities of color into the process early on. And that process has not been matched exactly at early learning. There's been other processes. So one thing you might say is, well, that engagement process that they did with OBE, maybe early learning should do that one too, so they're lined up a little better. You might not say that, but that's an example where you look from one and say, well, these could line up a little bit better in terms of how they engage the community. And there's lots of opportunities you should go through these to find those things. There are no wrong answers. No one has pre-figured this out. We're really looking for your input. So with that, I will call out your names and where your group is meeting and which staff members are attached, and we'll get going. And we'll give a warning when you have 5 minutes left in your group, so you can just keep going. So the first group is early literacy to 3rd grade, and that's at this table here, and that's Dick Wisnell, Nicole Marr, Yvonne Curtis, Megan Irwin, and Peter Trauma, right here. So you guys can move on over here.
Very good.
And Shani, would you mind just getting them started? Over here, where Lindsay and Whitney and Ben are sitting. We have pathway through college and career. Dr. Spildy, Samuel Henry, Dr. Henry, I assume I've said Dr. Henry, Dave Rives, Ben Cannon, Iris Bell, Lindsay, and Shundee. They're all right here. Dr. Cannon, thank you. You may tell why that's funny, because it's a funny story. Okay.
Stand still, Will.
I should not have eaten lunch. This group here is STEM, CTE, and workforce in the middle around Nancy. Ron Saxton, Julia Brim-Edwards, Kay Turan, and Mark Lewis, facilitator. Can you hold that for Mark?
Yep.
And finally on the side with Rob, Hannah Vandering, Matt Donegan, Mark Mulvihill, Rob Saxton. Oh my gosh.
It's a running joke.
Activity, is that what's behind?
Hilda and Whitney on the side, and support system.
Will raise hand.
You guys are already there, we probably. That works. Okay, it's the other person. Okay. So we'll have to.
So Mark,
Okay. Okay, are there other?
yes, it's all right there. And they have a whole binder of all of your residents there if they want to. So when we've done
Probably don't have time. But the short there. All right.
if you look in the handout, summarize.
But I'm happy to provide a, they're all pre-STEM.
Well, so this is
Phone stop. All right. Not entirely.
there's other investment strategies that are already part of the education budget around career education and also post-secondary space. There's conversations going on with local workforce.
Come down there, you guys have the, your instructional director. How are you? Now that I've stopped freezing.
Yeah, it's right there. Well, yes, STEM's like. So when you say that, I'm wondering, because of the way people talk about STEM, we have a lot of different perceptions about what it is. So I'm wondering what's behind it.
So, are they all worksheets that's on STEM?
Honestly, it's just a sense of front and back.
It's one pipeline.
And so that would do a couple things. One, I tend to somewhat evaluate relationships, not a little bit about it. Someone we're saying the years systems talk a bit about it.
Now, there are, to me, I'm on the outreach committee, one of the conversations was sort of every area that's filtered applied first. So, for instance, I know there's ODE,
and I think the wrong answer.
all of these ways of reading the data about everybody's reading the minority.
So what am I reporting? So as we're listening, we're thinking about how do concepts align, how do they do that? Why
That same kind of question.
thoughtfully plan together in order to
Somebody other than us apparently made the judgment here, not how do you what's a good example?
Right, or
I think what we're trying to do is ensure that science has contributed to STEM program. And we have done that educationally. So I always take it up to the level, and you're right. You know, if we talk about programs for reading for minority children, it's absolutely an important objective to take a step up and say, do we have issues with all kids being proficient in reading at the third grade level? We don't want to, in my view, we don't want to forget this is the reality. The majority of children in the public education system you know, you can have some fabulous math education and go into something other than engineering is much more.
So I agree. So when we talked about this before, the creative frustration was, you know, the first one, increased number of STEM hubs. The second one, increased access to excellent STEM programs. That's access to that fundamental question. We have excellent programs. What are we doing to get excellent programs? What are we doing to create, all the presentations because no one in science and math is worrying away as high. So just saying we're going to do more of the same and give people more access to it, something that doesn't solve it.
It doesn't solve the problem.
no. It doesn't solve the problem, does it?
So I don't see how these three kind of move the ball the way we want to move it.
Just to build on that, I guess I go back to the comments at the board meeting, after the presentation, where it showed, that graph was really depressing. The number of actual graduates in the STEM at a certain point. And then there was a goal, and the question that I asked was, if this is the goal, or what we think we is, how do we, does the strategy that presented these investments create, or lead us on a path to get to that goal?
And the answer might be yes, but we don't know. So if somebody says no, but increasing the number of STEM hubs, that's the answer because of the ABC. Okay, great, but I need to know what to explain that to me, how increasing the number of STEM hubs is going to actually solve the real underlying problem.
Would you like me to respond? So these are so we were at the STEM Investment Council to bring STEM-specific strategies to the Outcomes and Investments Committee. to achieve the goals that were put forward, which in legislation are to double the number of demonstrators and double the proficiency in employment in math and science. Now, the council thinks much more broadly than that, to including those other attributes which we believe are critical for employers in this district and for students to be successful in society. So these looked at broadly are to try to do different parts. So this is really about the system as a whole and different strategies to try to identify those places where we have significant barriers within the system. To touch base on this post-secondary space first is to recognize that we have other strategies to drive people into the post-secondary realm, but our strategy within the post-secondary realm, no one is how to get students more successful in that, nor to help them make career-based decisions that align with the high-demand fields that exist, needs that exist in our employee base. So, in the post-secondary realm, this funding is similar to what ETICS, the Engineering Technology Industry Council, has done for the last 10 years. That's predominantly electrical engineering students. Now, there's a recognition that we don't just need more electrical engineers and computer scientists. When we look at our job growth numbers and predictions, it's in biology, it's in computing, it's in physics, it's in mechatronics, it's in high-tech. There's a whole number of fields that you'll see in the document that reflect the workforce needs. The idea here is to incent institutions to adapt to those industry needs, and not just for you, but also community colleges. So this is very much aligned with the career and technical education in the middle board as much as it is in the fourth year. Alongside that,
is that assuming a couple steps in those? How do those?
Well, when you so
this is
you hold one. There's incentive for the institutions to start up programs. Okay, so let's say precision agriculture and Blue Mountain in college, right, to meet the local demand. These funds are sort of startup funds for. They're not sustainability funds. Sustainability funds have to come through our funding formula. Right? So these are really adaptability funds plus the support structures. We see at OSU a tremendous program with LSAP, the Lewis Stokes Alliance for Minority Participation, that have really increased retention and graduation for students of color in STEM fields dramatically. It's like 80%. That's tremendous. So much higher. So this is coupling two successful strategies and broadening it to industry fields.
Impact outcomes by.
So that was the intent.
How much did it cost? I'm just trying to get the scale of the So, are we getting email? How
Right.
And how much does that cost us?
Right. That particular analysis hasn't been done for this. We're looking at the numbers is. I'll have to I think that in those STEM fields we're looking at.
Does this even cost money? So somebody says each now has
yes, it would cost money. So there's changes on the intake funding. There's two sort of tranches of funds in there's sustainable funding, and that's going to the, about $22 million is going to the next There's another $7 million that has been used for this kind of purpose. So the thinking is in this next 5 years, probably around 12 million to something fairly radical, just double
Tell me again what ours
The assignment is to look at each of these and whether or not they hang well together. And well, it's really strange for this particular group because in all the other groups there's a lot of diversity within the investments that have been brought forward. This one, it's solely on the STEM.
So I understand. So the decision is already made.
I don't. That is the recommendation. The legislature. Yeah, to what degree we don't know. Right, so they've made it certainly a priority to establish an open STEM for sure.
Me, what I'm going to hang but are these the best ways for college? I don't know.
Yeah, so
that I would say, like, is this the best? A new within the 40-40-20.
So now we're going to hear on that.
Well, I hear them contract. All we want is 40-20. Way better on cost less. So clearly a strategy is to have STEM graduates is important to the economy. It may actually, as a contract,
yeah, so the bigger push here, I mean, in terms of the background that was presented, the outcome of the investment board is that STEM jobs are growing at 2 to 3 times the rate of non-STEM jobs. That basically every job is a STEM job in this day and age. That our students of color and our students in poverty are facing tremendous barriers in regards to accessing those high-wage earning jobs, which are available in STEM. STEM's pay differential is so much greater. So there's a whole bunch of background rationale behind putting STEM forward as a critical strategy. Do I think it's the only strategy? Absolutely not. And I never speak about it enough.
We accept all of the question of are these the 3 things that make things other than just accepting and telling us. I don't know how to.
So I'm
right.
I guess I would just think it would be difficult to take this if I use the feedback, if I don't know how the students are impacted, what impact you see, and then how that ties into the larger because these could just be, they actually could be they're all really high quality areas, results-oriented programs. They don't impact enough students, we're not granting free cash and those fit into a larger strategy that get us to may not be
yeah.
So, do we have what are we buying?
Yeah, well, that could be right. So in the strategic STEM program, the idea of grants going out just through the grant process did not necessarily create an environment where we were actually going to achieve
So this tells us which outcome, but it doesn't tell us how to impact it a tiny bit or a whole bunch. How are they well, there's two, so there's, because you could, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this STEM program, huge investment, it could be a moderate investment, very small investment, huge will affect more students. The question we're trying to figure out as a group, because you seem to
So, you know, they took me out.
because what outcomes are investment is one of these, all of these, the problem is that every district is a one-year. Isn't it the same program, so the different question is how much you want to put over and over. Well, I don't need to talk about individual STEM money, so I don't know. Yes, well, I don't know if we should just help 5 years or 5,000. Yes, no kind.
I mean, that's
yeah, and I'm happy to go really into the weeds around this because this has been my life for many years. So I can actually, tell you about the research about what. So in terms of where the pain points are in the STEM areas around, working in 6th grade science, I can tell you where the pain points are and what we need to do. The idea around the STEM lab is to get 12 or 15 of these community engagement strategies where you're bringing together people from industry, workforce investment boards, local workforce investment boards, regional solutions, K-12 educators, the post-secondary space, the out-of-school providers, the decision makers. Similar to the RAPs. It's the same strategy, but around the STEM outcomes. Educators don't have, quite honestly, by and large, the skills and experiences necessary to actually help these subject areas come alive. They really don't. Whether you're talking about high school teachers or whether you're talking about elementary school teachers, there's differences. The STEM hubs, what Oregon is lacking in the systems is this ability to break down the isolation process and share those practices. That isolated practices. The idea behind the STEM hubs is
sorry, your conference is sitting now. Please hang up.
Those ideas and best practices where we're challenging each other and where we're building capacity across the state as a whole to roll out the Common Core, the next generation of CTE revitalization, to link all of these efforts together in a way that makes it much more coherent. That's the idea behind this. Yeah, I'm not trying to be too defensive. Sorry about that.
Is this like is there 2 hubs to eliminate?
There's
2 hubs. I know this is a scale issue.
Yeah, this is a scaling issue right now for some, but it's also building the capacity itself because the STEM hubs that currently exist have not targeted the outcomes that are being tightly targeted out right now. They've got some are focused upon particularly on math, some are just targeting professional development.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But I keep thinking about what data says.
You really don't want to so we're going to pull back
I mean, so they identify African males.
go on to change whatever, it will happen. So I guess I'm not just saying, we can do still, to me, it's just like, and I guess this is kind of like conceptualizing how students who are Texas who are doing well in engagement, and that's I think the question is that description is the description, it's hard to make something very specific that you're going to get that.
And alongside these is a recognition that there needs to be capacity to be that message, just organically in themselves.
And I'm asking for money for this, I just still have to share it, and if we don't get it, not thinking about it.
This would include a strong focus on early career awareness, on teacher professional development, particularly that professional learning, but professional learning which situates in the context of industry. So one of the biggest issues in math and science is the decontextualization of the content. To strip it of anything interesting, and you wonder why people are not giving the appeal to it. So in as much as anything else, this represents trying to put forward this common vision of really truly engaging students in deeper learning. That's, to me, a fundamental philosophy behind this, is to come up with this for kids and come at it kind of sideways from the formal education system to try to really make these changes. So that's the philosophy there. The second one is recognizing that the formal education system moves very, very slowly, and that there are other organizations that are educational organizations as well in the broader ecosystem that are much more nimble and that can work alongside of our formal education system to make it meaningful and engaging to students. But the biggest issue for our students, particularly as poverty, they don't have access to it. When I talk to moms, they say, well, that's our science. We try, but ... When I talk to senators, we try, well, so how as a state and as a system are we actually taking a program that works and bringing it to scale in a way that spreads into communities that don't have access to it? So that's one way of. They absolutely can. And then we should also focus on places where there weren't access to it. So that's why some of this is infrastructure, some of it's target investment.
So for example, in here, there's somewhere it talks about the 6.
Okay. Okay, we'll have to channel
It's not hard enough.
Julie will channel. I wouldn't dare.
So, for example, in here somewhere it talks about the 6, adding 6 more hubs.
Yeah.
So, if I'm thinking from a system standpoint, it's like, okay, to those 6 more hubs, we have the entire state, or is that a 50%?
Yeah.
If it's not the entire, like, we should be system.
Yeah.
So, why not?
80% of the population.
That's right, like 50% like that. So, it's not it's like in the hub. Right. There's hubs the same way. How many students are serving in the system? We're going to get years with that one. So in the series schools are brought into so I to me totally how that goes. So I think how many schools is that? Half. How many
Well, without knowledge of what funding support is, it's really difficult to make scenarios. Also knowing that it has been and that we have issues of access and equity across the state with that funding. So there's a number of questions that arise. To what extent do you do computing science at Southern University? Send that, or you send some other program based on the local workforce needs. But then you're answering questions about, well, to what extent, which ones are localized and which ones are sort of systemic across the state? Would you do computing science for everybody? Maybe so. But you might do precision agriculture only in 2 or 3. And so there's a number of different questions that I think need to be asked here. And that would be part of the conversation to roll this out. We also don't have industry boards yet in all of these sectors to try to advise the distribution of these funds. We do have ones in healthcare, biomedical. We do have ones in the agriculture. We do have ones in vegetables, not yet in some of the so there's some things that, in terms of the rollout and implementation that would require, how do we aggregate that? What is the distribution? Who's going to manage this specifically? And what outcomes are we going to hold them to?
So what is the role of the
The industry boards would be putting forward what are the, alongside the employment department and the data from the employment department and the local workforce investment boards. And I believe that we also need the economic, the business oriented type of folks who do economic projections about not just the current times, but what are our projections to be all part of that conversation about the distribution. That hasn't been, TICSI has done that a little bit, but not extensively. So the industry boards would actually put forward need statements. Here's our needs, here's the types of skill sets that we require, here's the number of paid sort of industry certifications and others to guide post-secondary.
Is this money that's going to, say, STEM Council or here's a particular area that you design a strategy? It's not actually some of the specific budget we're looking at.
Well, we were told not to come up with specific. We were told very explicitly. I can tell you the numbers that we're talking about, but I can't put them down. Or something like that. What are we talking about? About the distribution of...
Or like the further enhancement of the strategy. I don't feel comfortable saying yes for this if it's going to impact, 100 students in the Portland area.
Yeah, agreed. So my challenge with the Portland Metro STEM partnership in particular, because that one's been around for 3.5 years, they're working with 7 schools. Okay, you go to the South Metro STEM partnership right now, and they're working with 50 different school districts that we're basically with 10,000 students. You go to Eastern Oregon University, they're just getting off the ground. How many students are going to be impacted this year? Maybe 200 teachers, and then you do your projection on that. And so it's not an easy question to answer because the partnerships are in different places. There's partnerships in the boards that are impacting students, but they're not individual. Same with Medford and Klamath Falls. So the idea here is to provide some background support to ensure this coordination and collaboration is as well as some program funds and evaluation funds to make sure that they're utilizing these to move the needle on those outcomes.
So say that we said everything gets the highest value package. At a this point, do you have that definition of, like, how much it would cost and how you would scale it, or how much, you know, if you move the funding down, how much more you do, or is that just like, we're only to have a theoretical conversation about is this a good strategy, and somebody else is going to go and make the decision. Safety's out here. There's a number, and there's
Right. So,
how's that process?
I think all we have is historical knowledge of the retail fund for $7 million given reduction for the engineering science, double the number of science over a 10-year period. Okay. Lots of complications in that. Is that as a model that sort of have proof of concept? Absolutely. There's proof of concepts. Schools shifted their direction, incented the right things. They were able to leverage and triple their dollars in federal grants alongside those. So return on investment. How many do they produce? They produce maybe another 900 graduates. Is that a new thing? I don't know. You do the economic projections of that, and I've seen some, but they all have some real challenges with defining some of the data.
From OEA, is there a meeting in September where we're going to say, we have this strategy, and we can say, you know, at the end of the year, we're going to ask you, was X created, and how many students were impacted, and had the impact? Like, is that going to kind of figure out what our goal is? Are we just like generally fine the concept, or is it, are we going to be, like, if I were to ask to vote on something at a future meeting, I'd want to have that.
This is exactly what the outcomes and investment committee, there was a huge pushback to this whole process, and it's exactly that.
Well, I guess
because it's like, how do we make these decisions? What are the outcomes? And for God's sakes, give me the numbers. Because if this one's $5 million and this one's $500 million, well, $500 million we're never going to get through. So why are we even talking about that? $5 million, is it going to affect 10 students, or so that's a possible student? That's exactly.
It's more of a process question for us, and I don't know how to answer that. At some point, we have that. I understand, like, maybe right now, because of then we want to have more conceptual, like what, but is there a point in time when that's clear, like if the board has to vote on it, like indicate, say these are the 8 strategies that we're going to invest in, and here's where the actual investments are made, is it Saturday Casting, RCI, or local community college, how many students, and then I think we have
I don't know.
Qualified guidance.
And I don't think that the board will ever be at that place where they're at that micro level. We're investing in OMSI, we're investing in that's what the purview of the STEM Investment Council is, to oversee those particular investments and make sure that they're invested in things that lead along the STEM indicators. As in the briefing to the outcomes of investment, I believe that certainly several of them align very directly to the ones that support
the bus is just not stopping. That's nonsense.
That's what the STEM Council was asked to say. What? Yes. This last one, who manages these funds, whether it's the NEC or whether it's Business Oregon or the STEM Council, that's not determined on that last one. But for these other two,
And we don't know any better either. We're supposed to know. And so,
you get to make this
well, I'm not sure if you have questions that you can simply where the concepts align.
Whether these are aligned. gets the right outcomes it's focused on. We have no insight to this to say whether they've got the strategy, the right strategies, or is going to have impact. Especially if I'm going to be asking for this off of spring break. So I guess that's the primary thing. If you're asking me to support like essentially an entity, the hub, versus a third grade reading teacher, I'd probably go for third grade reading teacher. That's why there's a sharp because it's students versus some sort of structure.
Yeah, the structure, so it's definitely to impact the classrooms directly and to transform how we're actually teaching and educating kids. That's the purpose of it, is to connect. Obviously south, so this is just
So that's not what this said.
okay.
Yeah. Say anything about teachers.
This is
plan. It actually seems like because it actually talks about our teachers, which I can then visualize that connected to the students, so I can visualize how to connect
Yeah, I did write this down for you.
Right, no, okay.
No.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to making trade-offs. You're going to then do an analysis here, talks about how you're going to help them set up to go positive value. So, I guess part of it the probability of it being effective. How it touches if it's really
and I think we find probably a lot of agreement on that. And we can't get here. Well, we have to write 5 sentences. Yeah. Reverse. And I don't know what you do about it. You know how you those of us that be together to say this is a higher value. Because it also gets down to how many dollars are they doing right there. What are your strategies to help you that minimum way?
or like just talking right is be better positioned. It's going to have to be better positioned with the dollars if you're talking about training teachers. Definitely be there. And here's how these students either better prepared teachers or directly to this program. I can for sure tell you what the outcome is. We don't prioritize it in the sense of it's more like the presentation. It's a lifetime journey making the case. This is exactly touch in positive ways. And I always believe the better case you make, may actually go a lot more. So I don't think it's wrong to say, we shouldn't tell you money is right. Talk about it. Because I do think I will build strategy and there's more money that you actually thought you were going to get. It's just that's
Say there's potential, it's not
So I can definitely put estimates on there. I'm playing out in my mind the grants that were actually submitted this last time. Portland claims that there are 50,000 students. Well, I don't do that with sales. So they're saying, well, we're working with these districts who represent X number. I know, that sort of crap. So in my head is I don't want to do that to you all and sort of start making up these fictitious numbers, right? So that's the challenge that I have because it's out of our control on some of these things. Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely. So I can get some realistic projections based on my conservative estimates because I hate BSing like that. It just drives me nuts. Right?
They will figure it out very easily. You have no
But it could be something like, offer scholarships to offshore Same thing with so you give it to your program in one school. If you're going to expand it to another school, what is the cost $1 million to set up a 2-year degree program at Western and we know that the 2-year degree program at PSU serves X number of students. Then you start getting $1 million investment potentially to be an Israeli government program that
I can certainly make that. The post-secondary one, I think, is and
way over the state students average wage. This seems somewhat for example, Columbia, sportswear as well, that they that's also industrial and so this implies they're all going to start to
So I believe, and I talked to many people actually about this, and it would be wonderful to you brand yourself as a performance. You're about designing performance. STEM to me is that intersection between design, aesthetics, and performance. It's not what we're really talking about in STEM is not people sitting behind computers doing their instrument. It is more, human-centered design and innovation. And then when we start thinking about how we do that in our education system, overvaluing content, obsessed with content, where rather than creativity, problem solving is really necessary to do that. So when you say impact, I've seen so much impact out of institutions all over Washington State. It's been in bureaucratic ways, it's implementing teachers and professional development, and that's nothing to change teacher practice. And we have to overcome teacher fear in elementary school. The way we how do you increase the ability to actually do risk-taking in the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade to preserve people from getting the right answer on which they focus on and to the micro messages to girls and to students of color at that time is so critical. I mean, how do you measure that and put that into this? To me, that's embedded. married into it, and how we go about investing in people, but unfortunately, things that we are holding accountable to are production of STEM degrees. Production of STEM degrees unless those STEM degrees have something else behind them, and that's that quality component. And so I don't know how yet to articulate in a very short amount of...
STEM degrees.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
So I guess
How do you define
very
it?
narrow, coming up with engineers who look at the technical industry.
Yes. And STEM's biggest perception is a perception problem. It's the way you're classifying it right now. And so I'm talking with the STEM Employers Coalition, actually having to rebrand what it doesn't mean for work. Right? For viticulture, some people put viticulture in the STEM degree. I do. For pencil, right?
Talked a lot about teenage boys. Interested in if you describe it as STEM, but if you said it's going to be about design, like shoe design, and by the way, it's more for work position in Oregon. That doesn't fit in this. And I also think that's just it's this whole thing. I think for most women, it's just girls, which are like,
I was going to ask you, who dropped the age? Because I do think it does soften it down. But somebody, somewhere, we talked about this a couple years ago. You talk to people in
I think we are all very much on the same page in that I have members of the STEM Council who are STEM very much esteemed. I have members on the STEM Council who are somewhat biased to the traditional way of thinking about STEM. I don't believe that overall the message around STEM. The only place that these things are siloed as STEM is in our education system. It is not, whether you go to a scientific, oriented firm or an engineering oriented firm, you don't start separating these disciplines out. It's only in our education system that we make disciplines separate. Oh, by the way, that ESAP economics degree, that econ degree, it's 80% STEM.
James degree, PhD in economics, but always pursuing something, there's story after story.
So how we characterize this is really So, what are we supposed to report on? Do they align? Yeah.
Okay, that's enough, right? So,
Yeah, because that's what
So they could just
presented
grab one-
to attend them aligned.
If that's the only question.
Yes.
a couple minutes, give a reporter.
We haven't.
Because he took the notes.
Okay.
But I can't speak on behalf of the board.
You can represent. Give you permission.
They have the right to give you permission. It's up
Okay.
to you folks. And we're actually just going to report from where you sit, so here's the mic.
And please express the concerns. I think that is really critical. Got your back, Peter.
So transitions out of high school.
To have these in isolation.
She's good. She's got
And C to E.
Yeah, second graders do not.
Is there a lack
How well do they want it? I would do the second or the first and second without each other.
really wrong that that's your choice.
I mean, without working on the out of school as much as the in school.
So I want to get into that because I don't want to have the same conversation. I've had conversation twice. The first time, I don't think if we go back to the staff,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's.
Board members and staff, if you could finish up your last thoughts, we're going to hear a report out from groups. Folks, we're going to move on. Do you hear it? Okay. So folks, we're going to report out from where you sit.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Dr. Mulvihill suggested that it'd be great to just stay in your small group and report out. I know that some groups got all the way to the final statement. Dr. Curtis. I know that some groups got...
I'm used to it, don't worry.
Yeah. Some groups got to the final statement. That's fine if you didn't. Well, we really want to know what was fruitful about your discussion in terms of alignment or lack of alignment, and we'll be listening really intently. Any group want to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So even though we didn't get to the statement,
Microphone so the radio audience can hear.
even though we didn't get to the last elevator statement, we had a deep discussion about intent and the impact and implementation. So where we had seen initiatives like this before that didn't go well, or initiatives that are currently happening that are struggling in the implementation, particularly with regard to equity, it provided not only a rich discussion, but the experts at the table to really dive in and be very specific about what the investment meant, which allowed us to group together the investments appropriately. It clarified things. People are going to leave the table, I believe, and go back to their organizations and take that information and try to strengthen or question or tease and play with the investment before they come back to the table. Could you all add anything to that, or was it? So we felt it was a very rich discussion, and quite frankly, we could keep going with time.
Okay. And we'll bring that to the outcome of the investment discussion on the 21st. Okay, who'd like to go next? David?
Yeah, we talked about the initiatives related to pathway to college and career. That's what we decided was the unifying concept of everything in there, was the transition. And, you know, there was a few things in there about pathway to college or career. I mean, you could define, you know, H3 health or grade 3 reading as being ultimately on the pathway. So we did the cutoff at grade 10. It's a lot of talk about grades 10 through 14. And as a result of that, we discarded an initiative about 9th grade completion just because of that. We didn't think it really fit in with the, most of these do talk about some kind of transition that bring together high schools and college or career organizations together. And that's what we found was the unifying, the aligning thing with the other initiatives there. And they could exist alone, you know, either as incremental, as we've often seen in Oregon with the funding situation of we're just always getting like little baby steps of things along the way and really being able to do broad initiatives. But if they were grouped together, they would certainly be grouped together as there's some accelerated learning initiatives, there's some youth and GED initiatives, and there's some funding and affordability initiatives. And going back to the transition, transition is high school to college or career, but it's also some of these, we thought it was important to remind people, some of these are transition from out of school, not in high school, to GED, college, or career.
Thank you. And now Seth wants to do a quick dial-in with the phone, then we'll hear from STEM CTE. Okay.
Sure.
Oh, wait, let's let it dial, so thank you.
Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please enter your access. There are 1 participants on the call, including you. You're joining your conference as the host. For a menu of available commands, press *#.
And this group has one more, so before we go over to STEM CTE.
There was one more initiative, didn't really fit in too neatly. It was for English language learners. And we thought that really truly is across the board, you know, from early learning through college. And another thing that initiative was lacking was talking about community college English language learners. And, you know, especially ignoring a lot of youth that get here in their teens or late teens, that's where they're really improving their English skills and would be on a track to college or career. It should be included in that initiative.
Great, thank you very much. STEM CTE workforce.
So the 3 investments we're looking at is increased number of STEM hubs, increased access of underserved students to excellent STEM programs, expand ETIC to include 2-year schools, and broaden its scope. So given that we're seems like the STEM group, we approach it in a very linear way. When we answer, you're asking the question, is the concept align since they all were STEM related? The answer was yes. Do they connect? Yes. Could they, is there a lack of alignment? The answer was no. Where we really focused most of our discussion, and this for those people who were at the Outcomes and Investment meeting the other day, in partnership with the Equity and Partnership Committee, these questions that were raised, or the discussion will be very similar to what happened at the discussion of the day. So to be able to provide meaningful feedback of whether these are the right investments or the right bets to place. You know, what's the impact on each of these in terms of students, number of students, if it's a model of professional development for teachers, how many teachers, where, just so you get a sense of the scale of where you are right now and where you want to take it from. We felt without that information, it would be difficult to make comparisons and meaningful decisions vis-a-vis other really important investments. So just example we use is, would these investments trump a 3rd grade reading investment? How many students would it impact? And one of the things, just to stay in the theoretical world that we were in, was maybe it'd be useful for the larger board when we look at these, is just to at least get a sense of, for this part of the discussion, of how big the lever is. So, for example, on any of these, to say, if you put $1 million in, then you get X number of students impacted, or another example would be, if you put Y number of dollars in, for example, on the 2-year schools, there's 2-year certificates in STEM, you get these number of students with 2-year certificates. But that would help provide some sort of meaningful gauge for us to decide whether, sort of how to make trade-offs and prioritize these. But in and of itself, they seem wise to be good strategies, but just were they the ones that we prioritize? And I guess then the last piece was, if we're on sort of a CTE or career investments, that's where we're looking at having only STEM investments being brought forward, was a pretty narrow part of the sort of broader career spectrum that could be invested in. Is that so? Should it have been narrowed? And then a sort of secondary topic to that is, why is it STEM only? What happened to STEAM? Creativity and innovation are also other places where in Oregon there's lots of design-related jobs, and just a sense that that was missing. So I don't Kate. I was trying to channel Ron as well.
Right. I think she's all right. We had lots of questions.
Thank you very much. And the last group.
So our group had a variety of concepts that were loosely titled as system support. So as we went through them all and tried to find what the concept alignment was, we saw that there was a lot of commonality, that all of these are providing supports for educators initially and throughout their careers, creating quality work environments where staff are supported by quality leaders and providing professional pathways that actually help move them and help them stay retained and motivated in the profession. When we looked at all of the concepts in this category, the only one that seemed to not quite fit as neatly into this was the second one, which dealt with the QEM, and we felt like that work is unique in that it's doing something else that seems a little bit unaligned with the rest of the items that were on here. To the answer to the question, can one concept exist without the others? I thought we had a very powerful discussion about the fact that what we've been learning to date with the work is that leadership is very key in all of this. And so if we're supporting educators, but we don't have leaders within the environments that are helping move in the right direction, then sometimes that can be probably under-maximized, the investments that we're making. And a concise summary, hoping I get this right, teammates, but it seemed like we talked about the scaling and connecting of successful elements from the network of teaching and learning with the request that districts use the data that we've collected now, things like the TEL survey and other instruments, to begin to develop regional leadership network capacity that would allow some flexibility of where your priorities lie around 4 major areas. Mentoring using established criteria, recruitment and retention of educators of color, supports for chronically underperforming schools, particularly the leadership within those schools, and effective and culturally responsive teaching and learning that helps students meet Oregon standards.
Great, well thank you very much. All staff members, please, I definitely need to have all that data for outcomes and investments on the 21st. And then I'll turn it over to Dr. Mulvihill, who will facilitate for the next item.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back in 10, and then we'll
finish up.
Thank you. Appreciate it here.
You are on.
Thank you. Chair Mulvihill, members of the board. For the record, I'm Kristen Hubel, Communications Director for Dr. Golden, and all of you, the OEIB. I wanted to share with you today a document that I've been working really closely with the Governor's Office to put together, specifically targeted at legislators, and really I think falls in line very nicely with many of the conversations that we've had today in terms of outlining the OEIB's core roles and really ultimately seeking to define in a very easy to understand, compelling, and succinct way the unique value and impact that the OEIB brings, and ultimately the improved outcomes that will result as part of the OEIB being a significant leader in education in Oregon. So as we looked to put together this document, we had a few core goals. One, to really outline and sort of refresh legislators on the original creation of the OEIB and the 40-40 goal, 40-40-20 goal, both of which were created by a bipartisan supermajority, as all of you know, to really outline and clearly define the charge of the OEIB, to again demonstrate the unique value and impact using some concrete examples that are further along in their rolling out so that we can really demonstrate that impact. And then importantly, to preview what's on the horizon, the important work that is underway in many of these conversations that we've had today that likely wouldn't happen were it not for the OEIB. And then, as I said before, ultimately to really ensure that this the language in here, that the framing used to talk about the OEIB is very simple, accessible, and easy to understand, whether or not you're part of the education system or have experience with some of the terminology and language that we often use to talk about opportunities and strategies within this work. From a process standpoint, again, I've worked really closely with the governor's speechwriter, with Daniel Ledesma, with Dimitri on the policy side to really vet this and ensure that it's appropriate for the legislative audience. And so I just wanted to walk through some of the key components of it, ultimately ask for any clarifying questions, and then ask for some help from all of you in terms of contributing to some storytelling and some additional communications components that will help complement and extend the work that's really started here. So if you have the document in front of you, I'll just outline a few of the key components of it. Again, it really starts with bringing us back to how the OEIB came into being and the real bipartisan supermajority that created the OEIB and our collective 40-40-20 goal. It outlines the charge of the OEIB, and we talked about this morning in terms of really breaking down some of those silos, both within education agencies and between the state and communities around Oregon. Talks about the stakes, some of the key data points that are really driving this work, that really outline some of the inequities and that outline some of the barriers that students and families face across Oregon. It outlines some case studies that really illustrate some of the key bodies of work that the OEIB has led and is leading. For sake of context here, these were chosen both based on examples that, of course, outline our key focus areas, but also, again, we're sort of further along in the process so that we can really demonstrate some momentum. And then finally, again, we're sort of vetted through the lens of easy to understand and convey impact and intention. And then finally, we walk through the playbook, the core principles and sort of backbone underlining all of the OEIB work, and create a bit of a preview in terms of what's coming up next, the critical work before us from 2014 to 17 that we really strongly believe may not happen were it not for the OEIB. As I mentioned at the beginning, this document will be used as just one tool to convey the impact and the unique value that we believe the OEIB has to legislators and key influencers. And I ultimately see this document, pieces of it, being pulled in varying communications components from speeches and addresses that Dr. Golden gives, to other pieces of collateral, to, again, other communication tools that our team might use to really convey the unique value and impact of the OEIB. So I want to stop, and before I get a little bit of impact, and ask for your help in terms of furthering some of this work, ask if there's any clarifying questions or comments that any of the board members might have on this piece.
Please.
Great, so I think this is a great foundational piece. I just had some comments, part of it is based on our discussion today, but when we talked about ensuring our education investments drive student success, I think in terms of OEIB, we should talk about strategic education investments, since we don't have to say about probably 90% of the education dollars. Those are decisions made by others. In the second point under the answers, the second sentence where it has Governor Kitzhaber proposing it, OEIB to diagnose weaknesses. I have all the language that we've always used with more of an asset base, which is to create an aligned and integrated, so where we want to head, not versus the system's weak. And then just generally, I would say in the stakes and in the playbook, it's very heavy on early childhood and K-12, not a lot on the higher ed system. So under the stakes, there's talks about prepared for kindergarten, graduation rates, but there's not a, like, so how do we compare on 2 to 4 year certificates versus other states, or how are we benchmarked in the higher ed system nationally? It just seems like we should make sure always to have the whole continuum. And then just, for example, in the principals, there's a bullet on coordination that talks about the handoffs between teachers, administrators, and parents. And I think we should use the higher education language of professors. So always continue to keep that sort of broader than K-12 spectrum. And I don't know if we want to also look at whether we deliberately have included the pre-K metrics as well.
That's great feedback, thank you.
Thanks. Other comments? Dick?
I would just comment, I love the piece, but in the stakes, I would put down the economic value of what's the return on investment. I know we've used that term probably too much, I guess, but this really will show that the state of Oregon, the community of Oregon, the leadership, other leadership that's not around this table in Oregon, what the value is. If we're at a certain level, there would be a significant dollar return in that for our community livability, people at work, et cetera, but in this being some type of economic, like Econ Northwest does, or something, some type of chart like that, do that. I look at this document as like a literature for an old IPO. You know, this is an initial public offering. You want your best first impression. You only get to make that once, and so this is, you get people to try to invest on us. So it might be old hat to us around this table and to other people, but the vast majority out there is fresh reading. So what catches them, you know, to want to be part of this investment. So,
Kristen, who's your primary audience?
Legislators.
Just this document,
okay.
legislators.
Oh, okay. Huh.
You know, our first doc, boy, Seth, I feel like I'm mic'd like Jagger right now. We can turn me down here. It's in my own ears.
Is that possible?
Yeah, I don't know, I'm hearing voices. Our first document we created, I thought it had some really nice visuals on there of the students actually aging. I thought that, this is for legislators, but again, they're busy people, they're looking for sound bites. I felt like this was very powerful to show a P20.
Yeah.
I have to dig to find P20 in here. And I just think, you know, making it very easy for them to see that would be great. And another aspect I don't know if this is correct and whether we want to nuance it or not, Nancy, but it showed the issues and the barriers we're facing, but it doesn't give anything of early wins.
Yeah.
And we've been around for 3 years, and we have some wins. And we're really seeing some wins right now with some of the strategic initiatives and some things on the scorecard. There's some wins on there. I see the areas of weakness, I don't see wins. I don't know strategically if that's what we want on here or not. I don't know, but it's not on here now.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Chair Mulvihill? The call-out boxes were intended to create some showcasing of some of those wins and dive a little bit deeper. Does that feel like it's not coming out in a way that you think would be most helpful?
I feel like I have to work hard to read it. That's just my first blush without doing it. But I like where Dick is going to, that we are an investment group. What was the return on investment in the first biennium? Where we still got a heavy lift, but we are making some wins. You know, we've made a lot of progress with the establishment of the hubs. We've made a lot of progress in the establishment of the racks. And we're starting to see some of these things come together. I guess just that we've done something in a few years, it doesn't come across to me on this right now.
So maybe using a student lens, which I
Yeah, there you
think
go.
legislators, a lot of them are parents,
Yeah.
or have been parents, to think through that lens versus using more sort of educational jargon, just in terms of
I completely agree.
totally student focused.
You know, like the Eastern Promise, we're now just using students and parents to talk about the program. They're better at it than we are. They're telling how much money they've saved, what it means for their future. So that may be an idea as we interject some student voices and parent voices in some of these initiatives, how they've impacted their lives.
Well, that actually tees up what I was hoping to get some help from all of you on. As part of telling this story, one of the things I thought would be really compelling is to ask each of you as board members to go along the lines of the frame that Ben Cannon had earlier in terms of what would this state look like without the OEIB and the tremendous work that you all have done. I would love to go around and ask, what is the accomplishment, be it a policy, be it an investment, or even a convening that wouldn't have happened were it not for the OEIB, that each of you are most proud of. And ultimately, this will help me and us really round out some of the storytelling around much of what your feedback has really wanted us to address. So if you would indulge me, I would so appreciate hearing your proudest moments.
Do you want that? Are you opening that up, or is that a follow-up?
Go around.
I would love
Go
to
around?
open that up.
All right, we're going to really put pressure on.
I'll start.
Okay, thanks.
What comes to mind when you said, I'm glad you said what comes to mind first. What comes to mind first is I think the work that we've done most recently, and that is identifying barriers and clarifying what we need to do in order to open up pathways for students. Now, whether we actually have kids on those pathways, I can tell one example, and it's the work we're doing with Eastern Promise around the Spanish dual credit. I think we have 600, students have earned 600 credits in 1 year that are college credits for their Spanish, their first language. So that's just one little nugget. I'm not sure I have exactly the numbers right because it was growing all throughout the year. But I know that between October and January, we had 400 credits, and I think we're up to 600 by the end. And that was only working with our juniors and seniors. We plan to expand it down to having kids be able to take those assessments from 8th grade on. So some of them will get to high school as a freshman and could possibly have 24 college credits already.
Great example, thank you.
Yeah, I think the regional collaboratives are something else you could talk about, because it brings together the sectors of education, but also members of the community and business too. And I think, I think it's really, it took us a year or so to get to them, but it's really, I think, where we should have been talking about with the compacts and the ideas in the compacts.
A little tiny example, but it occurred 30 minutes ago, and it's about policy development, and I think it stands for something larger than the OEIB represents, but we have the HAC has a proposal for affordability focused on the first 2 years of college attendance, and the OEIB and ODE, working with the HAC, have proposals around accelerated learning, more high school credits, or more college credits delivered while students are in high school. Nancy actually came over to the table where we were talking about these and pointed out that there may be a problem with packaging these two together. If students are only qualified for this enhanced college scholarship for 2 years, but they've achieved a year of that in high school and they only have a year of eligibility remaining, that could be an unintended consequence, and it's something we need to think about. And I'm hopeful that even if it wasn't for the OEIB and Nancy, the HAC would have figured it out, that might be a problem, and somebody would have pointed that out to us, and it's very likely that would have occurred. But having a table like this that forces us to consider these initiatives alongside each other and looking at their interactions from a policy development standpoint, I think is really, really valuable.
Thank you.
For me, I think that educational transformation in Oregon would not be a priority if it were not for OEIB.
Dave, did we get you? No. Okay, Dick, we got it. You ready? Cole?
Rob, go ahead.
I think that there actually has been a lot of elimination of different committees and groups that were meeting. I think about all of the different jurisdictions and bodies that previously one might have to go through to have these conversations, and they're very disconnected. It's a difficult one to word, but I know that community advocates and education advocates feel appreciative of that. I also think about the entire reframe of investments from the Youth Development Commission that have really grounded investments directly with communities and in prevention strategies as opposed to juvenile justice investments, which is really important. And I also think about some of the different convenings and gatherings that have brought folks together to really, for example, the Equity Reading Summit that really helped design so much of the work that we put forward. That's brought so many different stakeholders together to rally around third grade reading. So I think I cheated and did 3.
The more the merrier, I appreciate it.
Okay, so I guess this is a sort of just a very broad outcome is that the state focus and the community focus on the value of students securing a community college certificate or college degree, of what that means and why it's of value to the state and to the individual. And then second, I think through the achievement compacts, regardless of what you think of them, they've provided a lot of data in a disaggregated way that I think has helped parents, primarily in the community, better understand sort of where their students are against a set of benchmarks and what needs to happen to get them to benchmark. So, these 2 things.
I'm looking at our board goals. It would not be board goals if it wasn't for OEIB, and I think they're reflective and are a little bit, common thread. Whenever you're the last one, you kind of repeat yourself. The creation of the early learning hubs. Okay, the early learning hubs are across the state of Oregon. That took a massive reconfiguration with the Commission on Children and Families, how that was dissolved, and the hubs became the central entity there for early learning. There has never been an emphasis in Oregon about early learning like there is now. I'm a former Title I elementary principal, and if I'd have known what I know now about third grade reading, I would have reallocated resources. And I think today's principals look at it completely differently. I think we look at it for the first time as a 9-year plan. And with all-day kindergarten coming, that just aligns even more perfectly toward the emphasis. All that, I think OEIB had a tremendous influence. I think that we have begun conversations on wraparound services for kids. I think that the emphasis on poverty and prosperity initiative, the equity lens, again, these are things that we've all kind of danced around. We haven't confronted on our kids, the performance of our kids of color, kids of poverty. And I see we're calling that out. It's on all of our thoughts all the time. The Eastern Promise, I think that was alluded to. I have some year 3 numbers for you. We just completed that. It was approximately 29,000 credits awarded last year in our regional high schools to the families who are paying $10 a credit rather than the regular tuition rate. It's a savings of $1.7 million to the families in Eastern Oregon. I think the RACs have enormous potential. I think it's an innovative way to look at implementation. I look at our second goal here. It's to create a RAC, and it's the main indicators of the kindergarten assessment, third grade reading, graduation rates, and workforce development. I think these are all areas that we've never looked at it as holistically as we know in Oregon. We know we're a local control state. We know that we support that. We talked about it here today, but I think OEIB being the P20 lens and putting these areas of focus in these investments, we wouldn't be where we are. That's my opinion, where we are right now without it. And finally, I think we played a significant role in a $1 billion increase in the K-12 general fund budget last year. And that gets forgotten on how our schools, the conditions that we were in, Ann alluded to that earlier with class sizes and shortness. I mean, we've accepted in Oregon unacceptable things like a short school year. and using that as a budget device is unacceptable. And I think that the increase we put on the base, besides the strategic initiatives, has moved us forward into this next session that we played a very significant role in. Yeah.
I'm sorry for
Yep,
stepping.
yep,
I just
please.
had a couple of things on this. One is on the playbook, number 4, be the backstop. It says, hold all partners accountable. It just, the wording in there doesn't make it sound like we have some responsibility as OEIB. So I would like to see that language change to encompass that we're all in this together a little bit more. The second area is on the principles under coordination. The first sentence, students who start kindergarten behind play a losing game of catch up their entire lives. I don't think that sets the stage for, I don't know, I would hate to see that as a parent to think that my child is fighting a losing game their entire life. It's something that we have, that they are behind and have to help them, but to say it's a losing game doesn't give much hope, and we need to build that hope and provide them the education that they're not going to be losers.
And we just did a quick go around on what we felt to help Kristen, our accomplishments from OEIB. Do you have anything to add on that?
No, I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I missed that. Without hearing the conversation.
Sure.
I don't have anything to add.
Sure. Okay, later on if you want to, that'd be great. Whitney?
I'm going to take what Lee was saying, one of the accomplishments that I am most proud of from the OEIB since my last meeting. I think while we sometimes struggle to define this budget process that we've just gone through, I would just like to say, stand back for a minute and reflect on the really historic fact that for the first time ever, a public board and a subcommittee comprised of 3 public boards came together to really think about the strategy, a sort of overarching strategy for the kinds of investments that we want our education dollars to go toward. And while the process has a long way to go, this is really something that governors in the past have always done on their own, and folks wouldn't have seen what's in the education budget until it came out in December. And so the engaging conversations and the deep thought and the critical analysis that this board has brought to the budget process through the conversations as well as through their connections with their networks, I think is really incredible, and to me is always the name of the board being the investment board. I just think it's a hallmark of what this board has done in the last 2 years.
Okay, Kristen, any final thoughts, questions?
No, just a deep appreciation for your feedback and how exciting it is to hear all these accomplishments that you're so proud of. I look forward to incorporating them and sharing them with all of you in ways that can be helpful to you as you're sharing the impact of the OEIB. So thank you very much.
Appreciate all your work. Keep up the good work. Okay, moving to item number 6, logistics of the board. This is just some follow-up on where we are as we transition with OEIB, such as terms, location. Just have some conversation, so turn it over to you, Nancy.
Thank you. In terms of terms, and there's some documents, we're in section number 6. And so what you'll see on the top, it talks about board members' terms. And this is really typically what we see coming out of the governor's office when they appoint board members to boards. It's typically 4 years. You can serve on 2 consecutive times. What we haven't done is determine on any staggering sort of system because I don't think any of us would think it would be good for everyone to leave at one time, particularly me. I think that would be really tough, just me, and like...
It's all about you, Nancy.
Where are my folks to help me think? But, so really what we thought is the best approach to this would be to work with the governor's office who does appointments and bring back some proposals. If any of you have anything you want to say about that, to give input to the governor's people, would be great.
I just had a question, that the language here is confusing, where it says no member shall be for no more than 4 years, and then a person can be appointed for 2 terms. So if your term is 4 years, then that's 8 years. It's confusing. So
Yeah,
we should
2
fix
terms
that.
of 4 years, but get it clearer. Okay, clarify language.
Clarify language, and then I like the staggering idea. I don't know how we go about that, but
Yeah, it's the first board that I've been around that wasn't set on staggered terms.
Nancy, I was, 2 things on the staggering is maybe ask people if they want to get off, you know, maybe at a particular time. I'm more concerned about the mix of the board. I think the board this is a very unique board that I've been on, that there's such diversity. Most of the people don't like each other, which is really perfect. And
it's just you. What does that mean? You don't like
I
us?
don't have a problem with anybody else did.
I didn't know that.
I heard that comment down here. It was just me. Like my wife says, I'm the only late person on here, and she says, no, you're lame. But seriously, though, I think it's really, I kind of followed in the footsteps of Dick Alexander, you know, and that was, I mean, he was the guy that really stirred up the whole state as far as the business community goes in Portland with early ed and all of that. So I think the character of the board really needs to be brought forward. And of course, it's been very unique in this. People do work very well together. But then I would survey the board. Maybe there's some members who'd like to, you know, break up some time and go from there.
Any other comments? I'll just work down each item. So terms, any other comments on that? We're going to have you work on that, come back with proposal.
Well,
Okay.
Danny and I will
Danny.
work together.
Okay.
Terms.
Yes.
Okay. Location?
So, you know, one thing we really know is everybody on this board is incredibly busy. We know people try to get here as much as they can. They let us know when they can't get here. But location is part of a bigger conversation. Is there anything else we can do to engage you in supporting you in getting here? One way to do it would be to say, well, maybe we need more meetings in Portland, like if we're not in a legislative session. So maybe the first thing is looking at location from 2 views, knowing is there any way that a location could help board members who have really busy schedules. The second thing is, should we consider moving around the state? That's a different issue in location. Ben said he would talk a little bit about that because the Higher Education Coordinating Commission did move around the state, and so we thought it might be good to hear from you what worked about that, what's the pluses and what are the concerns.
Well, first of all, thanks, Nancy. I have a very thorough report, and we have held, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission has held 1 meeting outside of the Willamette Valley. We held it in our June full commission meeting in Ashland, with a subcommittee meeting the afternoon previous in Medford. We are, however, committed to trying to hold 4 meetings a year in areas outside of Salem and Portland. That may include Eugene, so that's not outside the valley per se. Probably 2 of those, however, outside the valley. In terms of pluses and minuses, nothing I say will surprise you. It's administratively complex. It is costly for the agency, for the state. And it is challenging for many board members. On the positive side, the interest it generates from the community that you're visiting is very strong. And you know, you get a different set of folks in the audience. You get a different kind of, in some respects, I think a different kind of meeting, just being in a non-traditional location with a different set of folks in the room and having sort of conversations outside or away from the table with some people who aren't aren't accustomed to interacting with state policymakers because we're not able to get in their neck of the woods very often. So I think it has tremendous advantages. It does have costs, and happy to report how it goes as we look at our upcoming fall winter date outside of Salem, Portland as well.
I had one piece when I was early on the Quality Ed Commission. We tried to do that too, moving around the state, and just because of our state and the weather, it kind of depends on what months you try to do that too. So if most of the members are from the side of the mountain, for example, and we're trying to get everybody over and the weather's really bad, then sometimes it derails the meetings. So I think it does matter what time of the year we're talking about. And the other thing I would say that is another factor with not just place, but it's the calendar. So for example, I know my secretary's been trying to schedule my calendar, but OEIB's calendar is January, I guess, to January, but ours is the school district calendar, and so I need to be able to plan the whole year. So I think if we could even just plan further out, then it's easier for me to make it work.
Great. So any other just comments in general, either it can be about moving around or just how we can use location to help everybody with their busy schedules? Yeah.
So, I'm sorry. One thing is just the point of the school calendar is like scheduling, and this is totally a parent perspective, but scheduling things during spring break is going to reduce the likelihood of people with school-age kids from attending. So being cognizant of when the breaks are and knowing that people may be traveling during those time periods. I will say just also from my committee experience, when we had most of the committee members from a certain region, but then all traveling to a different location, didn't really make any sense. Thanks to the committee chair, that's changed, and I think we've had more engaged attendance since then. So I think it partly is the makeup of, at least on the committee level, getting people to attend. And then my last point would be, I think because the majority of the population is in the metro area, it makes most sense to have those, the majority of the meetings there. But to Ben's point and the others who have traveled, I think there's a real value to having meetings in other places, but scheduling it in a way in that when they're scheduled, we know that there's a majority of the board that can attend, because otherwise it is disrespectful to the community if we can't get a majority of the board there. So just being really thoughtful about when it's scheduled that we actually have a quorum and the ability to have a functional meeting.
Nicole?
Yeah, I did note to all of Julia's comments, and I think I think it is respectful and the right thing to do to have some meetings in other parts of the state. I think if we get them scheduled ahead of time and then be really thoughtful about having deep engagement and really inviting folks from that community to share with us and to educate us and to really learn while we're there as well, then the additional costs that we know it takes to schedule and plan those will be well worth our time for our continuing education, frankly, as well as all of our outreach and engagement aspirations.
Dave?
One thing I didn't mention too, I think it's very important that we have representation on Early Learning Council, HEC, and the other two that are on this board here, like Dave is, and like I am on ELC.
Yeah. David?
Yeah, Portland, Salem works best for me for making a meeting, but I think it is great to get out to sites occasionally. And I think also when we go out to a site, we should be it'd be nice to do like a little 1-hour tour or something of the site. Sometimes you get there, you're just in the library, or you're just in the gym or the meeting hall, and that's it. And I think it's real important for us to get kind of a good sense of what's out there in the diversity of Oregon, the different educational institutions. So I would just advise doing that and meet at a few sites around the state on occasion.
Portland, Salem works best for me. I think I've got an extraordinarily busy schedule, but I wondered if there's a way that we can make better use of technology. I know that we've got people phoning in from around the state, I presume it's from around the state, but I would really like for us to do some research. Is that can we have better connections with technology as a part of the way of trying to reach the larger population?
Being the team player that I am, I'm willing to host in Pendleton. Exactly, all winter long. I think we're,
I just didn't know if you were closing this or not.
I'll tell you what I was, but go ahead. You are now.
When we started, we were going out to schools, and we were seeing out in the public, and we talked earlier about people knowing who we were and what we're doing. I know when we did the forums, had the opportunity to go out and visit some of the schools in the area during the day before the meetings. And I think it's really powerful for us to be out there seeing what's going on and understanding the different communities. So yes, Portland Tigard would be great. We can meet at the OE office. I'd love that. But I think if we're really looking to engage the public, then we should get out and about, and we should have an opportunity to see all of the regions through our meetings. And yes, planning, so go where the weather will be most cooperative.
So kind of in summary, I think another aspect is the governor is our chair. And he's pretty much in Portland and Salem. And so trying to get him to chair a meeting as much as possible, that limits us moving around the state, I think, for these types of meetings. I would dovetail what Kay is saying is video conferencing. There are several systems that are outstanding. Several of you have used the ones that we use. At the very least, better than a phone bridge would really increase our ability for people to participate. And I think just, Nancy, like a lot of things, maybe the answer is not or, but and.
Yeah.
What we're hearing is maybe our traditional meetings are in Portland or Salem with the governor, but we get back to our forums and we do part of our outreach type thing, and we do that during times when people can travel. Because I agree that you plan these, it's frustrating for me living out where I am, that if there's even a hint of bad weather, people shut down. So don't.
Portland wimps.
I haven't heard thunderstorms may cause problems coming, but I think if you were to go outreach on good weather months, then you can ensure participation.
And one other comment, that is that we might want to explore late afternoon or evening meetings on occasion. I think that would certainly increase the participation of some parents.
I second that.
Mark, just to piggyback on what Hannah said about what you learn out there, the Early Learning Council, May, June, July, and August did that. We visited a Head Start in Roseburg and found out that the dental people were taking exams of people. You can take exams of, instead of having an x-ray machine and having all the dental equipment at the site, you can do this over electronically to internet. And I brought that back and we now initiated it here. It's some things you'd be surprised what these other counties are doing.
On the idea of both and, maybe there's a way to create a strategy where Nancy's already going all over the state, so maybe one or two of us on some kind of rotating basis go with her to the different places, and those are specifically for listening. And then our meetings are different, so we can include the governor or do different times or schools. That still works. But in terms of really reaching out to the state, I know I could plan, say, to be with you for one, if I planned ahead of time and I knew I was going to take a few days to do that. It's just trying to do too many would be hard.
Yeah, this goes back, I think, a little bit to the first conversation, just about how do we let people know what we do and how do we get out. So I think there's some great suggestions about the importance of getting out in the state, seeing things, having some forums. Some could be general, some could be with specific groups of people around specific issues. So we use a lot of interns in our organization, and I know one or two who I think would be great at putting this together. So I think why don't we come back to you with proposals? We'll certainly check with the governor about is there any time he would be someplace else and we could do a board meeting. And we know legislative session needs to be here, but I'm also hearing maybe Portland at other times, because as I look around, most people are from Portland, right? The majority.
Just on that, the last piece about where we go, I'd like the definition of school to be expanded to make sure that we're sort of community colleges, university systems, and to tap into just some of the expertise and experience and perspectives there, because it's going to be very different from a K-12
Yeah.
In their
setting.
learning too.
And everyone.
Yeah, usually when I go to a university, if there is one there, and the community college and a school district, and we're really looking for best practices. I think we're looking for best practices. There could be a time where someone says there's a barrier here we think you need to see, or people want to discuss a barrier with us, but I think we can be really strategic in that way.
Or some of the key funding initiatives, if there's a place where we're going to hold a meeting and we're going to go visit, to go intentionally to learn about how that piece is working might be. In our district, we're starting that with our board, and we're just calling them field trips to really see how the initiatives are playing out. So instead of not just getting a tour of the building, but a tour of the site, but really going intentionally to see something that's best practice.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Okay, so you have a charge. I think you've gotten a lot of feedback for that. You've got some interns that can do that for you.
Yes, I do.
All right. Item B
Item B.
is actually an action item.
Yeah, it's actually an action item, and it really has to do with the reorganization of our governance system. So if you look at the very last sheet in this section, what you'll see is that, and this is our policies, it's our policies and procedures, but it says the superintendent of public instruction. Well, we don't have that. We have a deputy superintendent of public instruction, the commissioner of community college, the chancellor of the Oregon University system. And what you're seeing is some of these people don't exist anymore because with the new governance structure has changed. So that's the old language. And if you go down to the bullet, the second bullet from the bottom is the new language. So we would be saying the executive director of the Higher Ed Coordinating Commission, director of Early Learning Division, the director of Youth Development Council, the executive director of Teacher Standards and Practice Commission, and the deputy superintendent from public instruction shall be invited to attend all meetings of the board and to advise the board regarding matters within their scope of expertise. We've listed those people down below. One change you'll see, and I think it's already started, and Ben, you might want to talk a little bit about it, but Ben has his own meeting, so there's some people like Bob Brew, who we would have seen here, who works with the Oregon Commission of what?
The Office of Student Access and Completion.
Yeah, the new name, right? Yeah. And why don't you tell about your structure now, why we won't be seeing them here, but we'll be keeping them involved.
Yeah, so this is true both of the Commissioner for Community Colleges and the Executive Director of OSAC, the renamed OSAC. Those positions both do continue to exist, and under current law, as of July 1st, they report to me. I think part of it, at least my thinking is, since, as you mentioned, we have weekly or bi-weekly leadership team meetings for HEC staff, including those positions, was to relieve them of having to also carve out this time of the calendar. At some point, it becomes just meetings overkill, and so there was some attempt on my part to balance that by suggesting that I would carry forward their message and ideas and represent those points of view at these meetings. Obviously, if they're invited and asked to be here, they will be here, and I can help to ensure that.
So on special occasions, and you also bring back to them what you've heard from the board here. So with that, I think we should see if there's a motion to accept the new, go for it. Questions?
It's been moved by Julia, seconded by Nicole to approve the recommended language. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Our final agenda item of the day is public testimony. We have 3 individuals that have signed up. Reminder that it's 3 minutes is what our procedures are for that. So our first speaker or presenter is Jim Anderson. Welcome.
Thank you. Jim Anderson, a retired Stanford engineer, and been involved in James Elementary School site council for the past half dozen years, and been tutoring failing kids for the last dozen years or so with Operation Easy. And
if you had hired me to be a consultant on this, I would say, like in my working with quality control, that the incoming product is key, just like Dr. Golden had said in her article in the Oregonian that a large number of kids are not ready for school and they keep behind throughout their school year. And if Vygotsky is correct, these kids are in the zone, are not in the zone of proximate development, and so they aren't learning at all because they never catch up and are able to understand the curriculum. So I would say that your incoming product, and the product is the key thing, I think. The student has to be emphasized, and there has to be a effective corrective action for each student. And unfortunately, I don't think the university education colleges have given you those effective corrective actions so that you feel confident about moving ahead with your business. The closest thing I've ever seen is under Dr. Prophet, there used to be tutors that would do one-on-one tutoring within the school, and that seemed to be effective at the time. And so I encourage you to also stimulate the universities to give you effective corrective action for minority teaching, because I've talked to so many graduates of these universities and asked them what they were taught about the special problems of minority students, and they say, what minority students? I mean, they've been given no tools. I mean, special education just puts the child in a lower level that he usually never gets out of. And I certainly hope you come up with some good corrective action.
Thank you. Okay, Doctor, and have I mispronounced your name? Dappo, Dr. Dappo, welcome.
On a serious level, what I do is very serious to me. If you, within 24 hours, I'm sure, you've been watching what's going on in St. Louis. Those young men there, a young African-American killed by the policeman. It's every city. And you'd be surprised, so many of those kids, they drop out of school. From what I know, I have been working in school for many years in this country, this great country. Those kids, they drop out of school because of the system we designed for them. The system in school drives them away. Honestly, they can't stay there. It's not good for them. They can't relate to what's going on in the school. I'm talking generally now. So, I listen to you all the time. Please forgive me though, if there's anything negative in what I say, please just throw it back at me. I don't see anything negative. I left Parliament this morning, 7 o'clock, because I want to be here. I want to hear what you're saying. Many years ago, it's been a long time, the situation between the Soviet Union, and the America also. The Cold War, they were looking for the code. They wanted to break the code. We want to break the Soviet code, and they want to do the same thing. I'm looking for whether you have the code. We need to break the code to educate this kid. I want to see whether you have some formula somewhere. You talk well here. All right, very quickly, go with me to the principle. Equity. See what it stipulates. Oregon is a diverse state, geographically, an increasingly diverse state demographically. To meet each of our students desire outcomes. Each must have equal access to great teachers. Where are you going to have that? Grade school? We have grade schools? Oh, I mean, schools? No schools. Everything is there. And then a leader or leaders fostering their senses of curiosity and drive. Then we have a system in place being monitored by a group of men and women, but that drive these kids away from school. The system not accommodating these kids. So, we are in Oregon, we got a handful. I bury so many kids in the college, Ibana area, the black kids killing each other. In a great nation like this, young men, young kids with guns in their hands, killing each other. Are you ready? Are you there? We've got to educate them because we got it. So what is missing? You're here. So I need your help. Oh, I want to do it. This country has been good to me. I came from a jungle somewhere. Here I am, a doctor. From Georgetown all the way to UC San Diego. Yeah. But you can't educate the black Americans. So what's the problem? Something is missing somewhere. Are we going to find it, what is missing? Can we work together to find what is missing and do it? Huh? Are you there with me?
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Golden?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dan.
Mary Whitmore?
My name is Mary Whitmore. I'm a retired teacher from Forest Grove, and this is the fourth time I've appeared before this body. This is my year reflection. We're not celebrating in Forest Grove. 2/3 of the third graders in 3 of our elementaries failed reading by the last Oaks scores available. And a very famous person named Rob Saxton once said, if a child can't read by the end of 3rd grade, it's a life and death situation, and I agree with that. By contrast, the scores of Oregon's explicit phonics students are routinely in the 95th percentile, and explicit phonics is free after teacher training. I was very excited this summer to participate in the 18th Riggs Annual Spelling and Reading Camp in Richland, Washington. I saw students improve their skills an average of 1.7 years in 60 hours of instruction. I am also very thankful I discovered this summer about the GOW School, G-O-W. They've been running 88 years based on Dr. Orton's phonograms. We're not passive in our district. We pressured our superintendent, Dr. Curtis, to reopen Gales Creek Elementary, an Oregon School of Excellence, and she has promised publicly to do that. I myself filed a complaint against the superintendent. On the positive side, Senator Bruce Starr has agreed to draft a bill to re-establish ORS 337.275, which requires explicit phonics and materials be available to K-2 teachers in Oregon. I really enjoyed being here today. More so than the other 3 times I came. I really, really appreciated hearing each one of you say, what you were proud that OEIB has done. It has renewed my faith in the purpose of this group. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further.
Mark, I just say that when people are leaving here, since I live here, when you go down to the Highway 22, it's very, very dangerous. So when you go across, make sure you look both ways. I mean, I'm serious. There have been a lot of major accidents down into this area. You're going across 4 lanes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if there are no further comments, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.